Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the May 6th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the attendance roll for us?
Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Lindy?
Here.
Ms. Mapp? Here. Dr. Moffitt? Mr. Morosky?
Here.
Vice President Weinberg? Here. President Bolton?
Present. Vice President Weinberg, would you please explain the process to use if people want to participate virtually tonight?
Absolutely. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. And if you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and also your contact information.
Thank you very much. I would like to share that for this meeting and through June meetings, the superintendent's recommendations and the treasurer's report have been moved out of the consent agenda items and are now separate agenda items under new business. Largely, we've moved that because the time frame budget-wise and whatever for May and June requires additional attention usually to both the treasurer's report and the superintendent's recommendations. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the May business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Treasurer Wagner, would you please do a voting roll?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Our first agenda item is a recognition, our best meeting every year. A recognition of our graduating valedictorians, salutatorians, and high-achieving wonderful students and scholars of CPS. Tonight, we have additionally not all the wonderful guests that we have from staff and family, and of course, more importantly, our scholars, but we also have an additional guest of honor, and the Vice President will now introduce that guest of honor and appreciate his attendance, and then we will start the ceremony.
All right, thank you, President Bolton. So I will be introducing State Representative Denny Isaacson, is currently serving his first term representing Ohio's 24th House District. The district includes much of the city of Cincinnati, Westwood, Price Hill, Fairmount, the West End, over the Rhine, Mount Auburn, CUF, Walnut Hills, downtown, Mount Adams, the East End, Columbia, Tusculum, and Mount Washington. The son of immigrants, he was raised to believe that the unique privilege of growing up in the United States comes with the responsibility to try and be of service to others. In the State House, he is committed to fighting for better childcare for parents, more investments in both mental health services and extracurricular activities for young people, and making sure that seniors have what they need to age with dignity. He also knows that we have to tackle racial and income inequality head on in order to make a lasting progress. He believes that we have to change the culture of our politics. If we want to build a better future, this process starts by empowering the voices of people in the communities. He serves in creating real partnerships between constituents and elected representatives. That same passion is what drove him to start a successful small business, Cohere, which brings community members and decision makers together to solve problems and improve local policy. Through his work at Cohere, he has spent countless evenings organizing, listening to, and learning from the ideas of thousands of people about what would make their lives better. In addition, he has worked with dozens of government agencies and major institutions. He is a former community and political organizer for multiple campaigns across the country, including the Obama and Clinton campaigns. He is also a longtime mentor and big brother through the Cincinnati Youth Collaborative and has served on a number of local and national nonprofit boards. He graduated from an amazing school, Walnut Hills High School. We have a lot of amazing schools. He received a bachelor's degree from Georgetown University, a master's from Cambridge University, and a JD from Yale Law School. So may we bring to the podium State Rep Denny Isaacson.
Thank you, board. After that introduction, I'll be very brief. I just am so excited to be here because we spend so much time and energy celebrating other types of accomplishments, particularly athletic accomplishments. And it is so important that we take a pause and recognize truly meaningful academic achievements that represent just the best of our district and our city. And so to the graduates, I'm here with Representative Cedric Denson. We are excited to hand you your state commendations from the Ohio House of Representatives. And I will just tell you, not just from the two of us, but from your whole delegation, as well as the State House more broadly, we are proud of you. We believe in you. We are here for you. And this is the most important one. We are counting on you. Well, thank you.
I'm now waiting for Mr. Sherwood, who is going to function, I think, as our MC this evening. Mr. Mark Sherwood.
Good evening, board and superintendent. Yes, this is a great occasion and I'm very glad to be here. I do remember my graduation day and these students have certainly excelled beyond expectations and living up to the potential of all Cincinnatians. So I'm very proud, as you are as well. This is my extension of my MC property are handling this. I'm going to turn it over to our principals as they get the privilege of presenting each of their graduates. But I do want to ask the board to come up front because we're going to be doing pictures at the same time. So because basically it's a real easy program. The Val and salutatorian will walk up to the center and we're going to create a little circle, half circle moon between the superintendent and the board president and vice president, and the rest of the board kind of fill it out. Pretty simple. We made it easy. We put a couple marks on the floor. You got it. Please do not fall out. You want to put the board president and vice president? You might have to curve down just a little bit. Are you starting us out tonight? Okay. So you might as well get ready and go. I think we're ready.
Okay.
Mark, are we ready? Okay.
Okay. Good evening to the board and superintendent. We are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Aiken High School. Tia Baker is our valedictorian with a GPA of 5.3. She will attend the University of Cincinnati in the Lindner School of Business to pursue a degree in business administration. Did you get? Aldo Espinoza is our salutatorian with a GPA of 4.93. He will also attend the University of Cincinnati to pursue a degree in math, secondary education, hopefully to come back and teach in CPS. Between the two of them, they have over 60 college credits. At Aiken, we are very proud of each of these students' achievements.
The board and superintendent, we're proud to present the student achievement leaders from Clark Montessori High School. We have two valedictorians, Anna Harris. Anna will be attending Ohio University this fall and her major is undecided. Our second valedictorian is Natalie Houston. Natalie will attend the University of Cincinnati this fall and pursue a degree in health sciences. Here now. We have three salutatorians this year, and our first one is Silas Curry. And Silas will attend the University of Cincinnati and major in information technology. The next salutatorian will be Miss Anijah Winston, and she will attend the University of Cincinnati and study in neuropsychology. Our next salutatorian is Mariella Wilson Woodrow, and she will attend Purdue University and major in chemical engineering. Hello, Mariella. At Clark Montessori, we're proud of each of these students' achievements.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. We are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Dater High School. Vilma Lopez Villagres is our valedictorian. She will attend the Ohio State University this fall to pursue a degree in psychology. All right, next we have Tyler James Akeem Matchin. He is our salutatorian. He will attend the University of Cincinnati to study secondary education. Dater High School is so proud of Vilma and Tyler.
Good evening. To the board and superintendent, we are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Gamble Montessori High School. First, we're going to start with Jariah Clark. Jariah Clark will be attending UC, majoring in exercise science to become an athletic trainer. She is a Gamble ambassador, which we call Gambassadors. She's on the girls basketball team, the all academic honors. She has first team honors. She's a CPS all-star player. She's on the yearbook photography club. She does community service, helped cook and clean for homeless people, volunteered with the American Red Cross and the fire alarm campaign, College Hill Fundamental Academy. She is a scholarship recipient from the Darwin T. Turner Award recipient. Thank you. And for our salutatorian, we have Sadia Kendrick. Sadia will be attending ma'am. Sadia will be attending UC, majoring in psychology. She plays for the Gamble volleyball team. She is a cheerleader. She's a manager for a track and girls basketball student council member as well. She has community service. She's cooked meals for the homeless shelter during intersession. She's coached volleyball to younger girls at volleyball camps and toured elementary school kids. At Gamble Montessori High School, we are so proud of each of these students' achievements. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be standing in for Principal Dr. Jennifer Williams from Hughes STEM High School. To the board superintendent, we are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Hughes STEM High School. Nora Katir is the valedictorian who will attend the university. I'll wait. I want to give you your proper time. The valedictorian who will attend University of Cincinnati this fall in the Exploratory Studies program. Thank you. Juan Torres is a salutatorian who will attend the University of Cincinnati to pursue cybersecurity. And on behalf of the Hughes High School staff and administration, we are so proud of each of these students' achievements. Thank you.
Good evening. To the board and the superintendent, we are proud to present the student achievement leader from Lighthouse School. LaQuez Harris is our student achievement recipient who will attend Ohio State University to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. That's right. At Lighthouse, we are very proud of Quez.
To the board and superintendent, we are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Euler School. Patience Waller is our valedictorian who will attend the University of Cincinnati to pursue a degree in film and media studies. Angel Jones is our salutatorian who will also attend the University of Cincinnati and major in social work. Our Oiler community is so proud of both of these young ladies. Hello, everybody. To the board, the superintendent, our state representatives, we at Riverview East Academy are so proud to present our leaders. Our valedictorian is Gabrielle Jackson. Gabby is a legacy student, meaning she has attended Riverview since kindergarten. She will be going to Miami University to study early childhood education when I will then hire her. Because we'll still be a K-12. Throw that out there. Up next, our salutatorian is Zamir Frazier. Zamir will attend, of course you need this. Thank you, sir. Zamir will attend the University of Cincinnati to major in business economics. He is our first ever Marion Spencer Scholar. And he just got a billboard on Columbia Parkway. We at Riverview are thrilled to see our students soar.
Good evening to the board, superintendent. My name is Principal Michael D. Owens, and we are so proud to present the student achievement leaders for the School for Creative and Performing Arts. There we go. Our valedictorian, Maeve Lewis. Maeve will be attending the University of Miami in Florida. She is a visual arts student at SCPA, and this fall she will be pursuing a degree in marine biology and ecology. Palmer Fetcher is our salutatorian who will attend Miami University to study music, performance, harp, and music education. So I'm sorry, go forward. All righty. So everyone, we're so proud of our leaders and at SCPA. So thank you very much for honoring them this evening.
To the board and superintendent, we are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Schroeder High School. We have Tannery Pearson, who is our valedictorian. He will pursue a degree in computer engineering at the University of Cincinnati. Tannery has earned 27 college credits and has also completed the University of Cincinnati IT program. He is a Darwin T. Turner Scholar, and he got the University of Cincinnati Scholarship. So he is bringing in the dough. Our salutatorian is Harlem Rowland, and he is not feeling well. Harlem will be going to the University of Cincinnati as well, majoring in sports management and communication. He also has earned 30 college credits this year, and he will be attending the University of Cincinnati, and he's completed the University of Cincinnati IT program. We are very proud of our students at Schroeder High School.
To the board and superintendent, we are proud to present the student achievement leaders from Spencer Center for Gifted and Exceptional Students. Mary Schlosser is receiving our Marion Spencer Scholar Award. This is the highest honor given to a Spencer graduate, named for our namesake, Marion Spencer. This award recognizes academic achievement, leadership, and commitment to the community. Mary is attending the University of Akron this fall to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. Lloyd Parr is our first-in-class award recipient. He'll be attending the University of Cincinnati this fall in exploratory studies with a focus in pre-med. Sebastian Gorman is unable to be here tonight, but Sebastian is receiving our second-in-class award, and he'll be attending the University of Cincinnati and majoring in business. At Spencer Center for Gifted and Exceptional Students, we are so proud of each of our students' achievements.
They started it. TA. All right. Good evening, school board and superintendent. We would like to present our Val, Ms. Jakayla Watson. Jakayla plans a career in nursing. She will attend the University of Cincinnati to study nursing. She is a proud recipient of the YWCA Manny Earl Scholarship, the Grad Cincinnati Scholarship, as well as a handful of TAP Alumni Association scholarships. Our SAL is Karma Hutchins. Karma was cited as a Carter Woodson Award winner as an outstanding minority student. Karma plans a career in teaching, specifically teaching English, and she will pursue a degree in education at Northern Kentucky University. And at Taft High School, we are very proud of our students.
School board members, Superintendent Wright, I bring you greetings from Walnut Hills High School. William Walker, who is the Walnut Hills Cum Laude Scholar. William has a 5.62 GPA. He's taken 13 AP classes and he has a 35 on his ACT. Oh, I'm not done. William is a National Merit Finalist, a Governor's Merit Scholar, a member of the Walnut Hills High School Cum Laude Society, an AP Scholar with distinction, and the winner of the Marion Spencer Scholarship. William also is a member of the Jets Engineering Club, Walnut Hills Math Team, Boys Varsity Basketball Team, Boys Varsity Soccer Team, and William will attend the University of Cincinnati, majoring in chemical engineering with a minor in mathematics or economics. And our distinguished scholar, Logan Simpson, could not be with us today, so but I do want to recognize her achievements. Logan has a 5.54 GPA. She's completed 12 AP courses along with 3 CP courses. She has a 34 on her ACT. Logan is a National Latin Exam silver medalist, a National Merit Finalist, the Student Congress President, the New York University Junior Book Award recipient, AP Scholar with distinction, a member of the Walnut Hills Cum Laude Society, the ECC Academic Award, the Cross Country Varsity Leadership Award, and Logan is also a member of the Jets Engineering Team, the Sustainability Club President, the Walnut Hills Instructional Leadership Team representative for the students. She's a member of the Health Occupational Students of America, HOSA, and she's a member of the Books for Kids, which is a school club that creates books for critically ill children at Children's Hospital. Logan will be attending the University of Michigan, majoring in biochemistry and pre-med.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Wright. We are proud to present the student achievement leaders from from Western Hills University High School. Nancy Patel is our valedictorian who will attend the University of Dayton to study graphic design and marketing. Angus Karemba is our salutatorian who will attend Berea College to pursue a degree in nursing. At Western Hills University High School, we are proud of each of the students' achievements.
Good evening to the board, Superintendent Wright. My name is Jaron Gray, principal at Withrow University High School, where we are proud to present our student achievement leaders from Withrow University High School. Nikita Minhas is our valedictorian. Nikita will attend the University of Cincinnati this fall studying pre-med. She also is a Darwin T. Turner Scholarship full-year, 4-year scholarship recipient. Again, Nikita will be studying biology pre-med at the University of Cincinnati. Yair De Leon Aguilar is our salutatorian. Yair will also attend the University of Cincinnati and will major in biology as also a pre-pharmacy major. Yair is a UC Marion Spencer Scholarship recipient that will allow him to attend the University of Cincinnati for 4 years, full tuition, room, and board. At Withrow University High School, we are so very proud of each of our students' achievements. Thank you.
Good evening to the board and the superintendent. I'm the proud principal of Woodward Career Technical High School, and we are happy for our student leaders for today. So first, we have our valedictorian, which is Nevaeh Wesley with a 4.23 GPA. Will be attending North Carolina A&T State University, pursuing a nursing career. She's look like she's certified in clinical medical assistant. She also certified in patient care technician. She's certified phlebotomy technician, elder care technician, National Health Care Association certification EKG technician. We have 3 salutatorians tonight. Naya Stone with a 4.13 GPA. Will be attending Clark Atlanta University, majoring in fashion and merchandising. She also has certifications in patient care tech, certified in phlebotomy, certified in EKG technician, and also elder care certification. Italy Santoro Perez. Santizo Perez, excuse me. And also she will be attending Mount St. Joseph with a 4.04 GPA, also certified in phlebotomy. Next, we have Christopher Shockley, who will be graduating into the workforce in construction field and heavy equipment operation. He also has 30 hours of training. He also has an internship. He's already working. He has a GPA of 3.85, and he's ready. And Wilbur Career Technical High School, we're also proud of these individuals and their achievement this evening. Thank you.
This concludes our Vals and Sales presentation. Parents, family members, the students will be in the banquet room and we'll be taking a big group picture of them and they'll be all back to you. Thank you.
I think we do want to thank the families and the staff, but most particularly the families. Let's hear it for the families that made this possible. We'll wait a few minutes as folks are exiting before we move to our next item on the agenda. Yes, I don't have it. That's okay. We're good. I'll introduce Mr. Morofsky.
All right.
That'll be my part. I want to thank the principals and all the staff and also our particular staff here at the Ed Center for making this possible, and particularly want to thank whoever put those great pictures together featuring our students. It's a nice touch. We appreciate it. Very, very fine. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's efforts. We have a very proud and meaningful event again in our next agenda item. As you will all come to know is a resolution to rename Lighthouse School. And Board Member Morosky, would you like to start us off with not just the resolution, but a few words and comments from Policy Committee and the reasoning behind this effort? It is very, very rare that a school achieves a name. And we have a great list of names for our schools, thoroughly researched, thoroughly committed to making sure that they hold the highest expectations. And this new name that's about to be added to our list is well deserving. Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton. And to that end, we are proud in Cincinnati Public Schools that virtually all of our buildings are named after people that have accomplished significant things in the community. You know, this legacy of naming our schools in this manner goes all the way back to Principal Hayes, who my son's school is named after, Hayes Porter, a first Black female principal in the state. And she was the principal of the Harriet Beecher Stowe School, who also lived on Gilbert Avenue, not too far away from some of the Lighthouse offices. And so we took on the Lighthouse School a number of years ago because they were living a mission that was really, really important. If you don't know much about the Lighthouse School, and I'll be brief because I don't want to take up too much time, but the Lighthouse School works with students that our various systems in this country have failed repeatedly. And I'll just leave it at that. And for many of them, without that school, there wouldn't be a lot of other recourse. And so we were talking about renaming the school after we acquired it, talking with the good folks at Lighthouse, a couple of whom are here tonight. And thank you for being here tonight. And it's my privilege to be the chair of Policy Committee the past 5 years. And this has been in and out of Policy Committee, blah, blah, blah. Bureaucratic process can be messy. But tonight, I'm really, really proud that we have settled on renaming Lighthouse School after Dr. Odell Owens, who for me, a point of personal privilege, if I may. I was saying this before the meeting tonight to my colleagues. He was a wonderful mentor to me, especially because I could call Odell and ask him a question and be like, am I wrong or dumb for thinking this, or is this a good idea? And he would give it to me in about a minute. You know, some mentors, you call them and you got to schedule like an hour. Well, when I was your age, and Dr. Owens would just tell me what it was real quick and help guide me. And so it's a really big deal. I'm really honored that I'm also going to be conferring diplomas at Lighthouse, and the principal of Lighthouse School, or soon to be the Dr. Odell Owens Center for Learning. That was just a coincidence, but I'm really proud that I can be there. And Representative Isaacson said something that stood out to me about, most importantly, we're counting on you. And I think it's significant to have a school named after Dr. Owens, because if somebody believed in the younger generation, it was that man. And he spent his life trying to disrupt systems and create new systems so that young people, like the ones at Lighthouse, yes, but all young people could achieve their dreams. And so with that fairly long intro, it is my pleasure to move that we rename and adopt a resolution to rename Lighthouse School the Dr. Odell M. Owens Center for Learning. Would entertain a second, and then obviously board members can say whatever they would like. And then I'd like to invite our guests down, if you don't mind, from Lighthouse Youth Services, Dr. Owens' family, and principal, if you don't mind. But I move that we adopt the resolution as written.
Mr. Morosky, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, as well as privilege of the chair, and second the motion. As our family comes down, our
Come down to the podium.
family, come on down. Mr. Morosky, shall we read the resolution? Folks who would like to present
To
it
the podium, right there.
Nope.
No, we can just start. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if you just want to take one and we can go around and then come back.
Okay.
Whereas the Cincinnati Board of Education acknowledges the exceptional contributions of Odell Moreno Owens, MD, MPH, toward the advancement of the Cincinnati community across multiple disciplines of public health, education, and civic engagement. And
whereas Dr. Owens graduated from Woodward High School, and he frequently credited Cincinnati Public Schools with providing him the platform to obtain his higher degrees. Dr. Owens continued his education at Antioch College and Yale University School of Medicine, where he received his MD and a master's degree in public health. And
whereas returning to Cincinnati in 1982, Dr. Owens established an in vitro fertilization program at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. Dr. Owens was a nationally recognized physician in the field of reproductive endocrinology, achieving Cincinnati's first successful in vitro conception and delivery and first pregnancy from a frozen embryo. And
whereas Dr. Owens advocated for education from early childhood to post-secondary. He was a founding board member and chair of the Cincinnati Preschool Promise Board of Managers. Dr. Owens emphasized the importance of children receiving preschool education because of the critical fundamental brain development occurring in the first few years of a child's life. And
whereas Dr. Owens was an esteemed partner of Cincinnati Public Schools, serving for 7 years as chairperson of the Cincinnati Public Schools Community Advisory Board, helping to enrich the academic experiences of countless students. And
whereas in 2001, Dr. Owens served as the founding president of Grad Cincinnati, an organization that provides academic support to help students achieve in the classroom, grow as individuals and citizens of the community, graduate from high school, and enter and complete a college education. Dr. Owens remains a permanent board member emeritus of Grad Cincinnati. And
whereas Dr. Owens believed in higher education as an avenue for youth to improve their circumstances and lives. As president of Cincinnati State Technical and Community College, Dr. Owens dramatically increased CPS students taking college-level courses at Cincinnati State. And
whereas Dr. Owens' service as the medical director and health commissioner of the Cincinnati Health Department, along with his term as president and CEO of Interact for Health, exemplified his work to advance public health initiatives and improve the healthy lives of Cincinnatians. And
whereas Dr. Owens held many groundbreaking positions, including being elected county coroner in 2004, the first African-American executive officer in Hamilton County history. He was reelected in 2008, setting a record for the most votes ever received by a candidate in Hamilton County. And
whereas Dr. Owens' stewardship as a founding member of KnowledgeWorks Foundation, the largest educational foundation in Ohio, along with his service on several boards, including the Cincinnati Firefighters Association, the Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport, and the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center, highlight his impact in the community.
I'm gonna read the last one. It's my honor to say the last one. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Cincinnati Board of Education hereby designate that its Lighthouse School shall be renamed and hereafter be known as the Dr. Odell Owens Center for Learning.
We have a second.
Second.
And we have a first, and we have now read this incredibly impressive resolution, and we'll have some discussion. But before we start our discussion, I think we would like to invite the family members to say a few words before we start our high praises. And we so value you all being here. We really do.
Well, thank you, board. Yes, that is a lot of information. I have to read it almost every day in my head. On behalf of the family, we are very honored and grateful to have this resolution to be named, a school named in his name. So I know he's looking down and smiling. And of course, if you knew him, he was a little bit of a jokester. He would say to Mike, well, why didn't you name Woodward in my name instead? Because he was a big proponent of Woodward High School and always talked about it. And I actually found one of his Woodward hats. So, but he would be honored and probably shed a tear to know that a school is being honored in his name. And to, as everyone's been saying, we depend on this next generation to lead us into this nation and to thrive. So hopefully he inspires these kids. And also I would be remiss to say that there is a Odell Owens Scholarship Fund for CPS kids. And I am kind of, I guess, now the principal of that. So I hope that these kids will, what's the word I'm looking for? They will, see, it's Monday, my brain is fried. Hopefully they will fill it out and we can honor them at the Odell Owens School with an Odell Owens Scholarship. So thank you very much. Once again, my family is grateful that he is getting bestowed this honor, and we are just a loss for words. So thank you. Oh, and Mary, my mother, said hi. I don't want her beating me up. She's a second grade teacher at Porter Hayes, so she would beat me if I did not tell you hello.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do board members or administration have additional comments? Hard to follow the resolution itself, but I know we all have personal reflections regarding the good doctor. Board members, comments? Vice President Weinberg?
Yes, I would just say that, this resolution really sums up everything that Dr. Odell Owens has done. And I'm so excited to just know that there's a school named after him. I remember when I was running for school board and just being able to call him up and just receive so much advice from him. I'm thankful for this day, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to also be able to take part in this resolution.
Thank you. Other board members? I'll just add, if I could, the doctor's efforts regarding our young people, especially when he was the county coroner. He took great care and great risk to make sure that he would make an impression on some of our kids that were perhaps walking down the wrong path, and tried to indicate to them what that wrong path could look like in the end. He was open about that. He was direct and compassionate. I also can't think of any levy for this district that Odell Owens did not support and lend his name. Very critical for us. And yes, he would really have preferred Woodward be named for him, but he would appreciate that you can't quite do that. But I think what we should do is be worthy of his name and make sure that the school that carries his name is worthy of his name and his legacy. So incredible honor, I know, for him to have this happen. And I know he would value it greatly. Thank you, Mr. Morosky and your committee for bringing this forward, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much. To Odell Owens, now that it is passed. It's passed, hasn't it? I thought we were going to do, what do they do at conventions? A unanimous acclamation? Do you think it really requires a roll call? Okay, we'll all say it, but I think acclamation would be the only thing I can ever remember being passed by acclamation. But go ahead. Jen likes to call the roll.
Those pesky.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindsay,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffett, Mr. Morosky.
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg.
Yes.
President Bolton.
Proudly, yes. Now, it has passed. Thank you all very much. Okay. Mr. Lindy, before we move on. Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Bolton. This is just a question about the agenda this evening. Did we vote to approve the agenda tonight? We did. So I should have asked this question earlier, and I apologize. We've had several good conversations in policy committee about hate speech policy for CPS. Was my understanding that it was going to come forward tonight, but I didn't see it. I just wanted to
Yes.
ask what the story was.
It
Thanks.
is, and that was a mistake.
Would you please respond?
Yeah, when we get to the consent agenda, you're correct. It's not on the agenda. We are gonna put it forward tonight. And so my plan is, so teaser is to ask for a 48-hour waiver, get it on the consent agenda, and then I will then exclude it from the consent agenda so that we can then talk about it the same way we just talked about that.
So plan is to vote on it tonight.
That's absolutely the plan. And the rabbi's here, I believe. Yeah, the plan is, yes.
Thanks.
We're just gonna have to get a 48-hour waiver and then do all this extra bureaucratic stuff.
Thanks, Mr.
Yes, you're welcome.
Board has seen it in the policy minutes or the whole board?
Yeah, yeah, it's been in the policy minutes. So it's unchanged from the last policy
Okay,
committee.
but don't, I mean, this is great.
Yeah, you've,
Terribly fair, but I'm just saying as a resolution, have we seen it?
we are going to get it in a minute.
Okay, so we haven't seen it.
I'm on it.
So that's why we.
I've
have
been
to have a
multitasking.
48-hour waiver.
Yes, I've been
Thank you.
multitasking. I've been paying attention, but I've also been multitasking because I noticed what, yeah, Mr. Liddy noticed.
Yeah, I got this note and I said, well, it's not there, but this would be great. Our next agenda item, as we move on to old business, we have updates from the board and superintendent as follows, to list those if we could, any ad hoc recommendations, suggestions, and feedback regarding the implementation of the ad hoc engagement, some budget recommendations and discussion if possible, and also discussion of the board meeting schedule. And then after we go through those items, we will then be approaching the hearing of the public. So let's get started. Does the administration or board members have anything to share tonight with the board or the community regarding any of those four items we just mentioned? Budget, ad hoc engagement, or board meeting schedule?
Yeah, so sure, I'll start if that's fine.
Please.
I will start with the clarity around the suggestions for the engagement, and maybe simultaneously we could
Great.
talk about the recommendations. So if we could make sure that gets put up. Rob, if you'll put up that PowerPoint. So board members receive this ahead of time. This is, again, a draft. It is just a way to try to add a little more structure to our next steps around the administration involved engagement. So what we've done at this point, if you go to the next slide, we took all of the recommendations that were provided by ad hoc and tried to come together with background information for how we started, how we got where we are, and then the engagement process for moving forward. And so the work got started in April of 2022 to examine the need and make recommendations. There were 3 committee members at that time, and the responsibilities of the committee are also listed. This came directly from the information that was provided for how we got to the ad hoc committee. Next slide. What resulted from ad hoc? For more than 18 months of committee work, the ad hoc committee presented initial recommendations in December of 2023. The recommendations from December 11th, 2023 included the 5 high topic areas: a redesigned system of schools within 3 geographic corridors, aligned to neighborhood boundaries, achieve equitable accessibility within each corridor, reduce transportation cost across the district, allow for the creation of middle schools, grades 6 through 8, and reevaluate. And I think of middle schools. I don't know that specifically it said the grade there, but it did say middle schools, and reevaluate high schools of choice. So that was in the initial set of recommendations. We came back with recommendations that we received in January, and it was really just the same information, just structured a bit differently. And then on the 27th, we went through each of the recommendations that had been provided during the board workshop and identified whether it was a goal, i.e. aspirational, with the recommendation that it's a general rule in nature and speaks to overall desired future. A specific direction, so more concrete recommendations with specifics, or informational, depending on what data was there. And the administration also indicated which ones were supported by the administration and which one we felt needed additional discussion. And then on March the 18th, the board did a resolution to take those 5 additional recommended areas and to use those as a recommendation to begin to think about implementing over the next 2 or 3 years. So this is the information that we have so far. In each of the links that are here, the actual recommendations from each of these documented dates are there. Next slide. So why does CPS need to be redesigned and why now? And as we think about the feedback that we were able to whether participate in or whether we got it from reviewing overall information or just hearing the recommendations from the committee, one was overcrowding. So currently our high schools are at or beyond capacity, needing to reduce the total population in the building. Programming, there is limited or equitable access to programming as we think about across the district. So including IB, public safety, career tech, and then transportation. The cost of busing costs are unsustainable with the current district-wide routes, and that includes our 7th and 8th graders. So this is what we were also able to extract from why. It's not just a thought process. These are the reasons that the committee actually went through the work that they went through. Next slide. So what is the guiding vision for the redesign? And again, we pulled this from all of the information that we've received and feedback we've had. To increase equitable access to quality programming, to maintain the specialty programs that are hallmarks of CPS, to limit high schools, to limit most of our traditional high schools to grades 9 through 12, as opposed to grades 7 through 12, to align pre-K to 12th feeder patterns to neighborhoods, and to maximize the efficiency of buildings by right-sizing the capacity. Next slide. So I want to stop just up through there to see if there were if there's any misinformation, questions, comments, or concerns up to that point before we go to kind of what we pulled out next. And this just allows us again to frame the conversation so that as we're beginning to move forward and look at where we go with engagement, collectively, we would be able to do that together, hopefully with board support at the same time so that there's a joint presentation around this, but this is where we are. So anything that we need to update up to this time or any misconceptions that need to be clarified up through this slide.
I'll start the conversation as long as the summary that you've provided, as well as the summary that was provided on January 27th, is to the degree that that aligns with the report from the committee, there's agreement. Can you are there any parts of the this summation that seem to diverge? I was kind of interested I think this seemed a little less committed to middle schools than the report did. I don't know if that was intended or it was just that we so stated the middle school in the original report.
Not at all. This actually took the initial engagement information that we provided, and you actually gave us feedback on that. So we took that and incorporated it with this. So this is where we are just in terms of framing. And if there's anything that needs to be updated, we can definitely do that as we're going through clarification. So what types of changes are possible as a result of the redesign? Schools could see changes in their configurations, i.e. grade levels, programming, what is offered at the school, or both in some cases. So to further clarify, what are configuration changes? Configuration changes can include adding or removing grade levels, i.e. going from grades 7 through 12 to 9 through 12, changing the type of school completely. It was an elementary school and now it's a middle school. This is all on the slide. And what are programming changes? Programming changes can include adding or removing specific status for a school, whether it was a magnet school, it's not recommended as that now, or adding or removing specific offerings at a school, i.e. international baccalaureate, career tech pathways. Next slide. And again, this is what we are looking to organize to take it to the community in as user-friendly of a way as possible so that we can help them further understand the background to some of the information. Based on the feedback at this point, what's been provided that would not change. So these schools would not change programming or configuration. Our specialty programs, SCPA, Walnut Hills, pre-K through 12, Euler, and possible to change. There may be changes to these schools' programming and or configuration. Lighthouse, Riverview East, Spencer, virtual GDA, Montessori, Clark, and Gamble. And Montessori, Clark, and Gamble was listed there because one of the recommendations was the discussion of a middle school for Clark and Gamble. So that's why that's listed. And highly likely to change, these schools would change to 9-12 and would be the anchor in newly created feeder patterns, Aiken, Dater, Hughes, Schroeder, Taft, West High, Withrow, and Woodward. And that was our comprehensive high schools based on the discussion that was provided. Next slide. And if you go back to the last slide, also at the bottom, it kind of pulls out here what I just shared. So for example, the first note says Clark and Gamble may see changes if they're moved to 9-12 only and a Montessori middle school is created. So that just gives a little bit of that information. Next slide. What does this mean for the elementary schools, K-6 and K-8? Will not change. These programs would not change programming nor configuration, and those are listed. So those are the Montessori programs and the specialty program Fairview. And then possible to change. There may be changes to these schools, programming and or configuration, AME, AWL, and Roberts. And some of that discussion was around East versus West, citywide versus not. So that's what that was, to pull that part out. And then all other schools would likely see a change in programming and or capacity because that went along with the change of the boundaries. That was also a part of it. So we tried to take all of the different recommendations and put them together to pull them into one location. We did note here that Promise Center is not an official school and discussions are ongoing about the best configuration and location of the alternative to suspension and expulsion programming. So that was one of the areas there because Promise Center was also listed. Next slide. What key questions have to be resolved during this process? Which elementary schools become a part of which high school feeder patterns? Are middle schools, i.e. grade 6-8, or redrawn K-8s the best way to resolve capacity issues and improve programming and outcomes? Will we continue to have schools without neighborhood boundaries? How do we balance desire for diversity in schools with geographic realities? On what timeline are changes made and how does that impact existing students at each school? How do we best limit budgetary impacts of any changes? What facility implications are there including for non-school buildings? Next slide. And this is an example, and this was pulling out one of the K-8 questions has come up quite a bit. And so that's why it was listed here. For example, are middle schools grade 6-8 or redrawn K-8s the best way to resolve capacity issues and improve programming? And so pulling out pros, middle school 6-8, targeted programming for early adolescent student and child, the middle school experience. It minimizes the need for additional staffing since grades 7 and 8 are still consolidated into fewer buildings. Possible expansion of targeted arts, athletics, and extracurricular as pros. Cons could be none currently exist in CPS. And so essentially that would mean that schools would have to be reorganized in order for middle schools to exist because we do not have vacant buildings for middle schools at this time. Buildings will have to be identified and prepared, more students likely to be displaced. Boundaries would have to be redrawn for most, if not all, elementary schools. So that's just in the middle school column, pros and cons. K-8 models, previous history of K-8s and CPS and current existence of several K-8 models. Deepens community within a school, knowing you will be there through 8th grade. Displaces fewer students since no standalone middle schools have to be created. The cons possibly requires more staffing since this would expand the number of schools with 7th and 8th grade, which is currently what we have now. 7th and 8th grade, as we know, are in high schools. May see more difficult transition to high school environment. Boundaries would have to be redrawn to ensure adequate facility space for 2 more grade levels. What about academic outcomes? And just to share in terms of the research, and we listed some of the research at the bottom as well, unfortunately, the research base is mixed on the academic benefits of middle schools versus K-8 models. And so there are several different places there that you can link into to look at the research that goes along with middle school versus K-8. Next slide. So this just begins to talk a little bit about the process and, all of this is kind of fluid in terms of the dates and those kinds of things. But again, this is the opportunity to craft the information. So beginning as soon as we could get a schedule now through the end of July, possibly town halls, 4 joint town halls with the admin and board members, provide ad hoc background, why behind the need, and solicit guiding feedback. and include guiding, some level of guiding feedback survey, just recommendations. At the same time, look at the demographer options of procuring demographic support, create an initial configuration options based on refined ad hoc recommendations, admin suggestions, and initial town hall feedback. So that's coming from the question at the last meeting was whether or not the same person that did the reorganization before is one of the individuals that we had spoken with now. And that answer is yes, but that would be some of the recommendations that would go along with that. And then starting August through October, school feedback sessions, host school-specific feedback sessions based on initial options, receive community feedback to narrow the options, and continue including a guiding feedback survey with the encouragement that all of the stakeholders for those schools participate in the survey. Option revisions, revise initial configuration options based on school-specific feedback, ongoing survey feedback, and board feedback. And then November through December, board deliberation and board review and discussion of any of the final proposed reconfigurations and plans. And then for board approval, final board approval, the goal would be by December 20th of the designing CPS for future plan, and then identify the transition timeline for each school. I think that's the last slide here. Yes, okay, so this one back, please. So then at this point, if we're saying that this would be the information that we would be able to work through together, we would then take the school-specific options and include them on these slides. So the recommendations for any of the changes in the schools, we would link the table here that speaks to each of the school-specific options so that we're able to take the same presentation, but do that presentation in multiple settings by making sure that we have the school-specific recommendations based on what was provided by ad hoc. So that's where we'll stop and get any feedback on that part.
Make another slide.
Now I won't make another slide right now.
That's great. Thanks for sharing that. And again, to the community, we saw part of this presentation, or at least had it before us. We appreciate you actually bringing it today and sharing it further. Questions, comments to the presentation that the superintendent shared. Vice President?
Yes, quick question. Mr. Wilson, can you go back one slide? Or two, yeah, this particular slide. Superintendent Wright, just wanted to get some further information on the next steps. So now through July 31st, can you just elaborate a little bit more on the town halls, the joint town halls, and kind of what are we possibly looking forward to, or possible dates or any suggestions so that we can all be on the same page moving forward? Sure. So we have not looked at any dates yet. This is our first step in trying to get our alignment and messaging the same. So once we get there, we would work with the board's office to organize when those joint town halls are. The joint town hall actually came from one of the recommendations during a board meeting, and I believe that it was board member Mapp that referenced bringing everyone together. It could have been President Bolton, but bringing everyone together in terms of giving background information to why we were here and letting the board be involved in terms of talking about more of the historical perspective and where we were looking to go. So our goal for this would be that these meetings, the town halls, would be open to everyone, that we would go through the presentation, but also talk about background, and then also offer the opportunity to align the messaging. Thank you. You're welcome.
Other folks need clarification or discussion? Dr. Moffitt.
So I as the chair of the ad hoc, I just wish that we had a little bit more of the historical perspective. The reasoning why we went to, how we got to middle schools was pretty significant. It wasn't something that we just all of a sudden dove into. We attempted to align the district in the redesign of boundaries to the corridor model that's in our goals, guardrails, visions, and the system of schools. That's really not mentioned here. And so that was one of the things that I was mentioning when I shared that we really needed to kind of look at this particular presentation and provide a little bit more historical context as to where we've been. The district has had K-8 models before look at some of that data to show what worked, what didn't, why we, moved away from that to the 7 through 12 is pretty significant. And then how we got to, through engagement in the committee, we got to the middle school option because we had gotten feedback and data from K through 8 in the community and just our historians of former board member Jones and now President Bolton. So we got through to here through a very rigorous process that was to align. I don't see that here. So I would love to see more discussion in your slides around the corridor model and what that means, what schools are in the corridors and how we attempted to align in staying in step with our equity policy, having particular systems of schools across the corridors. That was how we got to all of this, recognizing that the district had K through 8s that wasn't the most successful. There was significant data from not only some of our schools that came to engage with us, some parents that came to engage with us that said, hey, our middle schools are struggling. Mental health was super significant, but academics was also, and discipline were also considered. That type of data being put into the slides to give them a historical reference as to how we got here, I think is super helpful for context for the community. I am a little concerned when we list schools that won't change, schools that will change just singularly, because that doesn't give our staff or our students or our families at those schools context. When we said, AMI, you listed on slide 8, if you could go back to slide 8, Rob, AMI, AWL, and Roberts as a possible to change, that was not the intention. And what that tells our community is a little bit confusing because we wanted them to remain citywide magnets for a reason. And so I just pause a little bit with how this is structured because it doesn't quite represent the road that we got to here and in totality, what the intention of the committee was in honoring the equity policy, honoring the historical context, and also looking towards getting some of those questions answered that still remain unanswered as well. I do have just 2 questions. Historically, when the district has implemented programming, grade band programming that we suggested in the original ad hoc, and what was suggested here for middle schools was to do just like, hey, we're going to introduce the 6th grade, and then the next year we're going to introduce the 7th grade. It was not to be completely disruptive of students. So in one of the slides, you talked about the pros and the cons, but it doesn't mention the introduction to grades that we talked about that could have happened this year, but even to reduce the disruption to our students and our families. And that's how the committee also did not recommend the closure of any schools. I think it was the administration that recommended that January 27th. But in light of that, we looked at the enrollment data, and that's how we got to some of those suggestions. So I'm just wondering, has there been any research or data on some of our lower enrolled schools that we know are lower enrolled from the projections, which is what the committee asked for? Has there been any look at the introduction of those grades as has been historical practice for the district?
Thank you, Board Member Moffitt. So a few different things. So our team has done several things. Outside of having a team member that was at each of the meetings, we did go back and look at the 18 months of meetings that the ad hoc committee had to try to pull from that what was condensed into the recommendations, because there was a lot of conversation there that was condensed into the recommendations. So that's the first thing. I think the reason that we provided the information like we did is for just that. So if the board, you as the chair and President Bolton as the committee member believe that there is something else here that needs to be pulled out, or something else that came up as a part of the historical information that you all reviewed that needs to be pulled out and put in as a part of the presentation, let us know what that information is, bullet it out, because at this point we're guessing on what that is. We've done our best we've done our best to pull it together, to try to make it as concise as possible and as user-friendly as possible. But by no means would this clearly capture the 18 months of engagement that you did with individuals that attended. So that's the first. If we'll go back to the slide, in terms of I think it's the green, back one. One that shows the recommendations. It may be the other way, Rob, I'm sorry. It's back. Let me go back one more, right here. So if we go back to the initial recommendations, we tried to use the same language that was provided in the recommendations that the ad hoc committee provided for us. So if there is lack of clarity in that language, or it was condensed to a way that it did not make it into the information that we provided, again, please just share that with us, because we pulled that directly from what was given to us. The first document that was given to us in December and the second document that was given to us in January. So that's where it came from. In terms of additional information and data and all of those things, what we have not done any additional work around our under-enrolled schools, because at this point we have been trying to organize and rein in how we go next with these recommendations, because that is where the questions and the concerns and the additional feedback has come from. So to your question around grade configurations and those kinds of things, I think that as we begin to talk about that in a best practice, being able to grow up in a school with a grade level is a wonderful thing to be able to do. What we have to discuss and organize in our district is it is cost prohibitive for us to have buses that are going to different locations over a period of time in terms of trying to get students in the spaces. And so that's a piece that we've not talked about. So for example, to have 7th and 8th grade students remain, or have 8th grade students remain in a high school and have seventh grade students move up in another school, it becomes cost prohibitive. That's one of the things that we're doing now, which is also stretching our budget for our 7th and 8th grade students. So this is our first time really having this level of conversation around it. There is not anything concrete here. Our goal is just to try to get all of us on the same page and our messaging consistent, because I do think that that's going to be the most productive for us moving forward.
Thank you. I do have just a few more questions. With regard to engagement, is there any particular thing that is prohibiting a survey of at least our staff before the end of this year? I don't understand why we're waiting for engagement. Engagement can be to some of our families, it can be to the community, it can be to the staff, it could be to the students. I'm a little confused as to why we are attempting to wait when we could have really been engaging people on even some of the ideas presented, but particularly staff interest in middle schools, and because that's where that came from, is the staff and the family. So I really want to honor the work that was done and the engagement that happened and collect that data. And it's been now 2 years and it hasn't been tapped into at all. So I'm wondering about waiting another 4 or 5 months and how we could be utilizing some of our data right now.
Yeah. So for complete clarity, again, we got the final recommendations on December the 11th. When we received the recommendations, as the board has acknowledged, it was shared with us throughout the process that we were expected to use some of those recommendations to try to address our budget concerns. And so that's the first thing that we attempted to do. In terms of doing any surveys or any of that at this point, the first thing that's important to me, because this has been such a topic of conversation since the recommendations were given, the first thing is to make sure that we are aligned on what it is that we're putting out. And so if we're asking us to send a survey out to say to the schools, to the school district around their interest in K-8 schools versus middle schools, any of that we can send, we can gather that. But I was not willing to get out in front of the board on these ad hoc recommendations because these recommendations have caused a lot of consternation. And so we want to make sure that there is alignment before we do that. The board has been active in going out to meetings with communities that have asked questions. However, we've not been able to answer a lot of questions at this point because we've not aligned with our messaging and what it is collectively that we're doing next. So the 5 areas that we have, we know that there is support from those things across the board, from the board because of the resolution. But in terms of the other items that are in the ad hoc recommendations, we need more before we begin to survey. And if it's the will of the board for us to immediately survey, we can definitely do that. Doing a survey is easy for us to do. But I do think that it's important for us to have alignment before we do that.
If, before I go to Mr. Lindy, it seems like you've suggested that if any members, be they from ad hoc or the whole board, have any suggestions regarding this summary, we should send them to you, and that I think could resolve some of the issues.
Absolutely. And then we would want to bring them back to the full board to make sure that there is alignment there. But absolutely, I shared this when I did a couple of weeks ago, only as a draft to, again, try to move the conversation forward around where we move next. So absolutely.
Yeah, you were seeking alignment, and I think we can find even greater alignment. I think the vast majority of it is aligned. And that's the same thing you asked about the engagement plan too. So we'll do that.
That's right.
Next is after we finish Mr. Lindy's comments about the ad hoc.
Thank you,
Or
President
whatever you were
Bolton.
gonna talk about.
No, you got it. You got it. And I'll try to be as quick as I can. I think I had some positive feedback and then just a couple questions. On the positive feedback side, I do think the way that this presentation frames the problem we're trying to solve is the clearest I have ever heard, and I really appreciate that. There's 3 clear issues. We have an overcrowding problem. We have a programming inequity problem. We have a transportation opportunity to make things better and cheaper. So that I just personally really appreciated that. Second, I think sizing for the public the scope of what will not change, likely won't change, and will likely change is so important given the reaction that we had in early February to the possible school consolidations. So just visibility into what will or will not change, I think is just honest and helpful for people. So I really appreciate that. Third, I think that the footnote that you had on the national research on middle schools was very helpful for me to see. When I was a public school teacher, I taught in a middle school. So I think I have a little bit of a default we had great things and challenging things, but to see, I hear Dr. Moffitt's point around what the local history has been, that feels important. I think that's a good thing to include. And I think to sit that next to what have national researchers learned about this proposal and what could we use to make a difference here is also really helpful. I think last piece of positive feedback, and I had 2 questions. I think the altitude of this is very helpful. Because I think where the board should be engaged, I'm channeling Carolyn Jones here to the best of my ability, is on big picture issues. And issues like overcrowding, equity of programs, getting kids to school safely and on time, those do feel like big picture issues. And getting alignment here on that feels great. There's then a lot of details that needs to get worked out to figure out how to do that well. And I think that's an administrative job and not a board job. So I think the altitude in the presentation was very helpful. Just a very quick question. I know our high schools are overcrowded. I also know that we're seeing smaller enrollment cohorts coming up behind those high schools. I'm a little worried about making a bunch of changes because in 2024, we have overcrowded high schools, where by 2030, we may have under-enrolled high schools, or maybe not. I think you and the treasurer are closer to the size of those enrollment changes, but can you just talk for a little bit? Are we going to do what I'm looking for is to make sure we don't spend a lot of time and energy and resources doing something that in 5 years we're going to need to unwind.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So one of the reasons that in the initial engagement draft that I provided to the board, one of the things that I put there was the demography study, is because the demography study takes a lot of things into consideration. One of those is neighborhoods, how neighborhoods are organized, how many individuals are living in neighborhoods. It looks at even birth rates of children. And so it takes a lot of information in so that as we're making a recommendation about where we go next, we are making that recommendation as holistically as possible. The intricacies of the work on the other end that's kind of where it started. So that part's already been done. That's what's been provided to us by ad hoc. So what we've attempted to do is is the reason that all of those things were done and where it came from. We've attempted to go in and pull out those big picture things so that we're able to quantify why we believe that these things are important. So it's not just a matter of us uprooting the district. There was a purpose for doing that. And these were the reasons why we're beginning to look at that. So I think your question is a good one. You know, most of the time it starts with that process. But I think that what we determined, I know that ad hoc had already started by the time I came. I think it started that January or February, and I came in May. And the work had already started happening in terms of the conversations. And I think the further that the committee got into the work, the more of a need that they saw to continue to do the work to try to answer some of those other questions. So now we're trying to take the recommendations and now go back and organize those in a way that we're able to further say as an administration, yes, we recommend this, and this is now what the data is telling us on why. You're welcome.
One more.
Just one more. Jen, are we allowed to use ESSER funds to pay for like the company to redraw lines? Is that an ESSER fund expense?
Most of the ESSER funds are already allocated, but the purpose of the third ESSER grant is for learning loss. So I don't think this would qualify.
No. Okay, thank you.
Member Mapp.
Thank you, President Bolton. So I do want to just ask a question about the schools that will not change, which is identified as like specialty or like our Montessori schools. So not advocating for them to change, but I'm just looking for like the rationale as to why these specifically would not change in comparison to the other possible schools.
Sure. So if you'll go back to the ad hoc recommendations, all of the change versus not is coming from the recommendations that were provided to us, with the exception of Riverview East. And I think that's the one that Board Member Moffitt referenced, because as we were going through the process, as we were going through the budget process, that was one that administratively we discussed and we brought up as a part of this. But and we can change the language around will not change. Maybe we make the language possibly, may not change, could possibly change, or something along those lines, because I think we also need to know from the board whether or not, if there is not support for the recommendations, is the board positioned to continue to support those recommendations otherwise, right? And so if we go to the first one that says the one from 1211, so this was the initial report that we received. If you'll scroll down, thank you. So in the, all the way down a little bit. So this is where we begin to get the information from for what would versus what would not. If we continue scrolling, and then you will see the actual list of what the schools are and what the recommendations were based on the schools. So these were the findings. In terms of the recommendations that were included, if we'll keep going. And then this started at about number 19. It could have started a little bit before that, but this is where the other information started to begin to include schools. So what we did is took this information and juxtaposed that onto the presentation. So that's where it came from. And I think within the report, there may be additional information around why schools versus not. Otherwise, that would be something that the committee could share if we continue to go down. And then it gave the summary, if we'll keep going, Rob, thank you. And the phases and the appendix and all of those things. If you go to the next link, Rob, the one from January. Same presentation, just January. Thank you. It's the second, it's in the same one, I'm sorry, right? Number 2 at the end. This is what we received at the meeting on January the 8th. So this gives the information, and it was just organized in a bit of a different fashion, but that's where, if we'll just continue to scroll down, right, if you'll start right here, so if you'll start right there. So if you'll notice, we start looking at schools in terms of clusters, what would happen in terms of those, if you'll continue to go down. And then you see here the overall recommendations in terms of analyzing and strengthening programs, and all of those items were listed. So we took the information from here. This right here talks about the schools will remain unchanged in coming years. That's where those unchanged came from as well.
Thank you for that. I do have a few other questions. So in terms of the, I guess the construction projects, will all of that funding come from COPS, or will there be other sources of funding to possibly support the projects that we may consider?
So we have not had any conversation yet about funding for any schools that may require reorganization of funding. There's been some mention of COPS, but there hasn't been a decision made at the board level around doing COPS to support any of the recommendations yet. The other piece though, and I'll let the treasurer speak to this, I know that there has been some information put in about cost and cost analyses. And along the way, there were questions about cost, but one of the things that we shared, and the treasurer shared the same, we kind of have to decide which direction we're gonna go to keep it from being, a service in just work without knowing the direction of what's gonna happen. So I know that's what the treasurer's response has been to that around cost, but I don't know if you want to add anything there.
No, I think you covered it well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so to Dr. Board Member Moffitt's point, I do think that engagement is important, but I really do appreciate us as a board getting on one accord with administration before we decide any level of engagement, just so that we can, again, ensure that there's alignment with messaging. I do appreciate the presentation because I think it has been consolidated a lot more for clarity and just for understanding. So again, I look forward to us having the continued discussion, working through it, teasing things out so that we can be on one accord and then communicate this to the public for further engagement.
Mr. Craig.
And I'll be short because I know we have folks here who, for the hearing of the public, but I just want to do two things real quick. One is thank all the hard work for the team that has worked on this with you. Because I don't think we do that enough from a board level, to thank all the folks within our district who are working on these things for us and with us. But two, I also want to just say, I think it is important that we, as soon as we can, give some guidance as to what may happen to the schools, to give that guidance, because I do think the struggle we've seen with why we had the building filled with folks a few months ago was because the information that was shared with, the information that was going through them was that everything was happening tomorrow, right? And I think that's the struggle we've had as a district, is that it's easier to get the message out about something, whether it's completely factual or not, than it is to correct the message. And so I think that's a great opportunity for us to get on one accord. So I just wanted to thank all the folks who've worked on this, who continue to work on it for us and with us. And then also just making sure that we're keeping in mind the parents and the students who are going to be making decisions about where their kids go to school and how they participate in the district.
Well, Member Mapp and Chairman Craig have provided us the segue to B, which is suggestions and feedback regarding the engagement plan. The superintendent handed this out, I believe, in February 26th. And we've had an opportunity to react to it. And I think as we look at it, I don't know that we have to react to it tonight. I know that last week we said we would return to this engagement plan, which was proposed. And I'm just trying to move us on to B and superintendent.
Yeah, so if I can just add, the engagement plan that we provided in February has now been updated with some of the feedback that you provided, and is in this presentation. So it's in the PowerPoint presentation. So there is not a separate written document that we've updated. It's in the presentation.
Super. And so if anybody has any additions or corrections or suggestions, we should be getting it back to the superintendent. So she's had the confluence of a number of these items, and I appreciate that. Any other suggestions, discussion about ad hoc recommendations or ad hoc engagement, A and B? We have the chair has made a terrible mistake somehow in the last week or so, and I was unaware that we had an incredibly important thing that should have been on the agenda, and it's not. And we don't want to, if we can have somebody from the board make a motion to adjust the agenda. I'd be willing to hear that motion, especially from Mr. Morosky.
For the resolution. So I would be asking for a 48-hour waiver, so that we, I move, that we, adopt a 48-hour waiver so that we can include the policy, the anti-hate speech policy and resulting resolution for adoption this evening.
Second.
A second to that, and so Treasurer Wagner, roll call for the 48-hour waiver.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Snap,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes.
Well, I will then resultingly move.
This is also an adjustment of the agenda. So Treasurer, does that require a motion to adjust the agenda?
I believe it does because you already accepted the agenda.
Yes. So we need a motion to make an adjustment to the agenda.
So I will move that we amend the tonight's agenda for the board meeting to include the proposed hate speech policy 2257 and resulting resolution adopting said policy this evening.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Vote to make the adjustment.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. And we'll kind of suspend the agenda where we are because we do have guests here as well. And this has been the work of the policy committee and members of the community. And we want to make sure that we give full opportunity and sharing. So Mr. Morosky, if you'll get us started.
I would be happy to. And so my third motion in the last minute and a half will be, and then I'll give some backstory.
Part of the
As policy chair. Good thing. I know Robert's rules is pretty good. I move that the Cincinnati Public Schools Board of Education adopt a resolution adopting new board policy 2257, hate speech policy. I present the resolution and policy as written.
Thank you. Is there a second to that
Second.
motion? Mr. Lindy's seconded. Mr. Morosky.
So similar to the climate resolution, and I would like to give a shout out to a young man from Spencer who was here tonight. He was one of the students that was coming to policy committee and helped us draft up that climate resolution. Worked with Mr. Burkhart, Mr. Hoying, and Ms. Scott. So kudos to him. When he came over to me, I was like, I knew you were smart. So similarly, Rabbi Ari is here tonight. Ari, thank you so much for being here. And had reached out, you'll recall some time ago, some folks came before us, and there was, some things said, some chants said by students that offended some other folks in our community. And that's certainly not the first time probably, or certainly that has happened. And so thanks to our friends in the community, specifically the Jewish community in this case, asked if they could come to the policy committee. And of course I said yes. We had a really, really nice, robust conversation for a couple meetings, I think. And so thank you about just sort of hate speech writ large. And the question was posed, was there a specific policy that addressed that issue? We have, and maybe it's my biased opinion, but I think we have some really nice discipline guides for how students are to treat one another, faculty, teachers, et cetera, all around, anti-racism, equity policies, but nothing specifically. And so Ms. Scott in Mr. Hoying's office, she does all the heavy lifting for those who are unaware, and did some research, brought things back, and the policy committee looked at it. And I honestly, I want to step out on a limb here, and I'll ask Mr. Lindy, and I know Ms. Matt, we really didn't have anything to add. This is one of the first times I've been policy chair for 5 years. And this might have been maybe the first time that a policy was brought back. It was pretty much adopted. And so apologies, there were some, everyone's got a personal life. Some things have happened, and for whatever reason, all the grace is given, but it's here tonight. I just want to say thank you, and we're proud to present this on behalf of the policy committee for the community and the schools.
Thank you. Would anyone like to discuss or talk a bit about the policy, especially members of the policy committee?
I think one of the things that the policy committee really appreciated was the opportunity to just educate our district on what it entails in terms of instances pertaining to, hate speech, right? And then also in the event that it happens, there's opportunity for restorative practices. And so I think that was one of the things that we really appreciated. And so we're just thankful that we do have this policy in place, and looking forward to voting on it. And, just appreciating the collaboration from the community as well.
Thank you. Mr. Lindy, member of the policy committee?
Thank you, President Bolden. I agree with everything that Member Mapp said and Chair Morosky said. The only thing I'll add is that when you have a hate speech policy and you're using it, it's because some things have already happened where if we do our jobs right, we shouldn't get to the place where we have to invoke a hate speech policy. I say that just because, whether it's my experience as a classroom teacher or just, my experience in the world over the last 9 months, if you're asking the question, how do you respond when something bad happens? I happen to think you're asking the wrong question. And the better question is, how do we engage students and help them learn about the world around them in ways where we have less of a reason to use this policy in the first place? And so I think it's the right thing to do to pass this. I just look forward to a day where we don't have to use it.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Any other comments before we move on? I would just like to thank the policy committee for working through this. I also want to thank Rabbi June for his leadership, and also Larry Bergman. This dates back many, many months, actually months before it got to policy committee. This is one of those policies, Member Mapp, that you'll like the best because the community brought it to us. It's not something that we necessarily devised or figured out. And we really appreciate Mr. Bergman, for sure, any number of folks that have spoken about this. We actually appreciated the leadership at the School for the Creative and Performing Arts as well, and the superintendent, and many, many meetings with community members prior to this policy being adopted by legal counsel and by the policy committee. So it's the policies that come from the people that own the district, the community, are the best ones. And we fully appreciate it. I'm sorry we, in a way, gave short shrift. That is my fault. But thank you so much. Policy committee and community, superintendent, legal counsel. I believe we'll be among the first public school systems, K-12, to do this. We know that universities all over the country are trying to address this issue. And indeed, CPS, because of our community, has come up with a policy that we can be proud of. We just have to be able to live up to it, as Member Lindy mentioned. Other comments or questions? Mr. Morosky.
I apologize, Mr. Hoying, and Ms. Scott. There is a correction. No, well, there might be a comma, but I get in trouble whenever I bring that up, so I won't. The
You're not
equity
doing
policy,
commas.
the equity policy, this is going to be kind of nerdy now, but the equity policy is 2255, not 2555.
That was.
There is still no untarnished policy to go through the committee. Yeah, I don't know.
Our signature policy, Mr. Hoyt. Good catch, Mr. Morosky.
Somebody has to have them all memorized.
All right.
I don't have them memorized.
Any further comments? Excellent. Thank you. And everybody, thanks for making the adjustment. I appreciate it. And thank you for being here, sir, and others as well. All right, if that, we can, yes, we gotta
We
do
need a
it.
vote.
Let's do it now. I
Mr.
didn't know
Craig,
if the rabbi wanted to
Yes.
speak or,
Miss-
okay, go ahead.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky.
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes, absolutely. It is passed. thank you, everybody. We'll return to our agenda, and that is budget recommendations. Does the administration have any material or additional comments or information to share with us?
We don't at this time. We shared in our last meeting that we would come back with additional updates at our meeting next week.
On the 20th or the
The
15th?
the
15th,
15th,
okay.
the
we'll-
meeting that was the cow that's now a business. meeting.
Right. I wanted to double check. You had asked that become a business meeting a few weeks ago. You had mentioned.
At the end of April, that's correct.
Okay, great. I think that makes sense. Any questions regarding budget? Go ahead.
I just wanted to update on the amount that we are looking at having to close the gap by. Is there a sheet? Or just what's the number?
Yeah, so we shared at the last meeting that we weren't doing an updated sheet at that point. The overall gap at this point for us, as we shared in the last meeting, we did find that we had made an additional entry. And so the overall gap for us to close is 13 million. But that was inclusive of the 5% reduction that we talked about at the last meeting for the central office. The last number that you saw was 6.9. When we went back through the information to cross-reference, we realized that there had been a double entry that took that number to 13. Treasurer, would you like to add anything there?
No, what we're doing now is having everybody enter their budgets in the software system, so we're building it from the ground up. And, you know, in my 31 years with the district, the ask has always come in greater than the target, so we'll still have to do some refining, I think. As there's always new things that come to light, so we will have a first draft next week for you.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me clarify. You're talking about a budget for next year. I'm talking about the gap closing. Are those two
Same
separate
thing. No,
things?
it's the same
Okay,
thing.
Same thing. So so I just want to understand this. We were at 6.9 million having to close the gap with some limited recommendations. Now we're at 13 million.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Mr. Lindy?
Does that include or not include the 2% COLA that was approved last week?
It's not.
So what's the full updated number?
Is that?
Right, so that it would be the 13 million plus the cost of the COLA.
So we put money that, if you recall, a couple months ago, I did a presentation on increased tax revenues because of their tax valuations. We used the estimate, the new forecast for next year to reset the budget target, but we also get extra money this year that we set aside to pay for the COLA.
And if you recall, we shared that information. So that was a part of our conversation the entire time as we talked about preparing for the COLA, even though it was not something that we talked about during this conversation. So it is something that's taken into consideration. So that 13 million gap right now is the gap for us because the COLA was addressed with the previous year's revenue.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to, if no one else has any questions, Chair of Finance, do you have any questions in particular? I think this is, I'm glad we're raising this issue because there's discussion certainly around all of this. It was the 6.9 or whatever, and now it's 13. So does that mean that the duplicate problem that you mentioned last Monday, that the duplicate was of the value was only 7 million? We know I'm a social studies teacher, and so I'm telling you, math is something. But so if we're now at 13 and we were at 6 or something like that, then, and the mistake that
was
was
the net.
found, or the,
Mhm.
I don't know, I shouldn't characterize it as a mistake, or whatever, the discovery. The duplicate discovery was only like 7 million?
The net, correct. Well, actually, it was 6.9, the difference of 6.9 and 13. So what is that? So,
The
so the net,
duplicate thing that we found was, the value was what?
the net of the duplicate that we actually found was a little over $6 million. Because essentially what happened is there was a line item that was put in twice. And so as we went through the work line by line to do the updates, we were able to locate that that was a challenge. And so at that point, we then did the updates for that, went back through and did the calculations, and that's where we were.
So the initial discovery was 6 million,
I don't know.
7 million.
I don't know the exact amount.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact amount
don't
either, but the duplicate was 18 million, but there was other items that we'd identified during that same time period to reduce that down. So as of today, this is now taking last year's budget, adding on the estimated ESSER recurring costs, the next year's COLA, and the ASHME $20 rule, and then all the adopted reductions. So you're taking the budget from last year and just adding and then taking away. Well, now we're putting that aside after all that work and starting building the budget with all those rules in place. They're not gonna meet exactly, because there's projects that were in this year's budget that probably won't get repeated in next year's budget. And there's new items like the possibility, if we adopt the Cropper contract, to do the redistricting. That was just new information from the last board meeting. So there's gonna be changes.
I'm just asking about the duplicate mistake or discovery. What was the amount of that line item?
That was 18
discovered?
million.
All right. And somehow in the building of a budget and getting this gap lower, the 18 million now is translating into 6 or 7 million.
A net from some other new reductions.
Okay, but what the discovery was 17, 18 million.
Correct.
That's far more than okay. And somehow we're addressing it. Are we addressing it by cutting other things? Are we addressing it by changing our revenue predictions or what?
No, we're not changing the revenue predictions, no. They'll have to be done in other cuts.
Okay, so the 18 has to get dressed down to the 6, which you're doing, and I appreciate that, but you're doing it through cuts or changes to our planned expenditures?
Correct. It's the 5% reduction that we talked about in the last meeting. So that's all inclusive of the difference.
Great. And so when we were down to 5 or 6 million, we got this additional number. And so now, is that part of closing the gap, or is that part of building a budget?
President Bolton, is both. So at this point, it's removing the 13 million, which will get us to the 0 in terms of the gap. What the treasurer actually shared is going the other direction from her experiences working in the district, is that when they're then building the budget, as you refer to, generally the asks for that are greater than actually able to be accomplished. So it's when we're talking about that, the 13 million and the 5% reduction, we're talking about that same sheet that gets us to the 0. That's what we're talking about building. I want to answer your question. So what part am I not answering?
I think you have.
Okay.
I think you've answered it. The duplicate issue was 18 million. It is now 6 million or 7 million based upon other things that we have reduced or accounted for.
That is correct.
And will we have a list of what we have accounted for or what we've had to cut? Is that going to be part of the presentation on the 15th?
Correct. Because it then allows us to go back and update all of that information just as we've done before.
So then we should be anticipating cuts in, besides the closing of the gap that we thought, which was 6 million. And I appreciate that you, through efforts, found this better. I found is a bad word. We're able to discern this. But the problem is now we've had those many millions of dollars of cuts or accounting that we are unfamiliar with.
And I think the thing for us, President Bolton, was we heard the responses from the board. The board shared several things with us in these sessions. One were the recommendations that we had made to the board in terms of closing the gap. The board was clear on the ones that they did not support. So instead of bringing those recommendations back again, we went back to what the board would support, which was additional reduction at the administrative level. So that is why at when we realized what the difference was, instead of coming back to the board with that, we took that information to look at what that reduction would have to be in order for us to make sure that we're closing the zero gap. So that's where that information came from. So in terms of other recommendations, in terms of other changes, the board had really shared with us what they would support and what they wouldn't. And at this point, the recommendations appear to be that the board would support administrative cuts, even based on the feedback that was given in all of the recommendations that were provided to us.
So would that be then, I'm sorry, I'm asking you questions. I'm going to take that opportunity. So is it then to suggest that in order to deal with this 18 million and getting it to the 6 or 7 million, that those millions have been done in personnel count costs or cuts?
It actually is not, because it could be a combination of additional contracts that teams will have. It could be personnel, but it's a combination. So as you go back to that particular BUD unit, they have to go back and review what it is they can make the reductions in.
And those
We do anticipate, though, additional personnel changes.
Yes, and we've seen some. So that will be shared with us. You're saying is that again the 15th or the 20th?
The 15th. Likely both, but the first
Yeah,
iteration where, the first iteration where we actually pull an extract will be the 15th.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from anybody else? Go ahead. You go.
Okay, I'm just
Ms.
trying
Knapp?
to, thank you, President Boston. I'm just trying to, really, I guess, summarize what the questions that you were asking, just from my own point of clarity. So, Superintendent Wright, you said that there was a duplicate line item and that increased ultimately like our budget or how much we needed to close, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so in terms of that increase, we were looking to identify other areas or other ways to reduce that cost to get it back down to like 6 million or?
So we were already at 6.9 when we
Okay.
looked at the other areas that we were already able to reduce from really continuing to just be thoughtful in how funding was being spent. That took us to about the difference of 6. So that's how it was, the 6.9 plus the difference of 6 that got us to the 13.
Okay, all right, so we identified that there was a duplicate. We're working on reducing that line item that was there by making additional cuts. Is that what
Correct.
I'm hearing?
Making additional changes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments, questions? Dr. Moffett?
Well, I'm just gonna say, just because I wanted to be on the record, if that I'm just now understanding that on the 6th of May that there was a mistake. I'm a little frustrated because I didn't hear about it earlier and thinking that we just had 6 to go, now to know that we're 13, but I really understand how the community, our district community feels comfortable when we keep having to move this and move that. I don't understand it as a board member. I'm very, very frustrated. So I want to apologize to the community because I'm sure our staff is frustrated having to continue to look and be lean over and over and over again. I want us to be responsible. That is our responsibility. And I don't feel the most comfortable that now it was 6 and I felt like we could kind of get there. Now it's 13. So I just want that on the record. There's really not a response that's necessary. I just really don't feel very comfortable that I know as much as I should know as a board member. And I want to apologize to our staff, our district, because I think it would be very frustrating watching what appears to me to be kind of a laissez-faire attitude on, hey, we're gonna find this, we're gonna find that, and then they get messages to cut and cut and cut and cut. I just think that's wrong.
So President Bolton, if I may respond to that.
Please
So,
do.
yeah, so for clarity, because it is important, we get a lot of information and it doesn't include facts. So for clarity, as we were going back through the information prior to giving budgets to the central office staff for them to make updates to, that is when the challenge was determined. And so from that, we worked through that process to make certain that we could reduce as much as possible before we went back to the central office. So the central office, regardless of what's been shared, the central office only received one set of budgets. And in that set of budgets, it was a 5% reduction as we discussed at our board meeting last week. So that's the facts on it, but I do understand your statement that you made. Thank you.
If we can move on, if anybody else has some other comments, I just want to do a little bit of math for my own benefit. And we were at the 6 million. I know I'm beating a dead horse on this. 6 or 7 million was the gap. Something was through thorough work, thank goodness, because the only sugarcoating on this is that we found this out now versus later. That's the only positive thing I can say about it. What we found was 18 million. So 18 and 7 would bring us to 20 something, 25 million or whatever. But we aren't at 25 million. We are at 13.
That is correct.
And so that
You want to
means,
confirm, Treasurer, so that everybody hears that that's confirmation from you as well?
and we're going to learn on the 15th where that other 10 or 12 million, how we're accounting for it. So that's where we leave it tonight. If anybody has any other questions or comments. Anything else to, God forbid, share about the budget?
That was going to be my question.
Vice President,
Stay
ask
tuned.
a question.
You've already asked the question. That was going to be my question. If there's anything else that the board needs to be aware of in terms of anything moving forward for the budget. And I do look forward to our next meeting on Wednesday with having full disclosure and being able to see where the cuts or whatever the number will be for Wednesday.
Okay, then we will move on.
So was that an answer? I guess.
I guess so.
Is that an answer of nothing? There's no other cuts or no other reductions or issues or problems?
So I'm letting the treasurer respond.
Treasurer Wagner.
So on Wednesday, we'll bring the complete summarized list of all the reductions and the explanations that go with it, in addition to the first draft of the official budget.
Okay, thank you so much.
Move on to D, which is a board meeting schedule. There is a time issue for this, and then we'll be, after that effort, be able to move on to our public portion. We had a couple things presented to, one thing presented to us, and I think you all received on board docs or somewhere, the various calendars. When we saw one, we had a couple of comments to rehash where we were. Some people suggested it would be great to only have one business meeting a month. One person suggested we not plan on the two Saturday work sessions because they may not be in the right month as to where we need them to be, especially since we don't have an election piece kind of playing out this coming year. Another issue was to keep 2 business meetings and drop a committee of the whole. And I'd like to add something that It's very unusual for a school board to have almost planned executive session before every single board meeting. That 10 years ago, that didn't happen. Executive sessions were more plentiful than they are in other districts, but not as plentiful as we have them. So that's another thing to kind of look at. Do other people have comments or thoughts to the board schedule? Mr. Lindy.
I'd like to move that we adopt the option A that has one board meeting per month.
Is there a second to have one board meeting per month? Hearing none. Do you have a second?
Can we have a discussion regarding
after you-
that?
after-
Yes,
after
second,
the
second, second.
Yeah, sure. Discussion.
I'm happy as motion maker. I'm looking at option A that came from the board staff, which I deeply appreciate. Has one business meeting per month. I think this would bring us into line with what is most common practice among school boards. I think it would force us to be even more focused and efficient with our meeting times than we currently are. And I think it would give the administration more chance to prepare for board meetings. So again, this is option A, which would be one board meeting per month plus one committee of the whole. I also heard President Bolden's, I can't remember if this was in the public meeting or what you and I talking afterwards, but the desire to have more than one hearing of the public per month. If I'm remembering that comment correctly, and I may be remembering it incorrectly. Yeah, and so if there's a desire to have two hearings of public per month, I think one is again, would bring us into line with what is more common practice. But if we wanted to do two, we could do one at the committee of the whole meeting. Many of our meetings have hearings of the public already. And that would, I think, advance interest that could be a win for everybody.
Other comments? Dr. Moffitt?
So I'm not in favor of this. I think that I don't think that, to be completely honest with you, we've had enough time we spent 4 months talking about a budget that now we have to come back because we're not quite finished. So I'm not exactly certain that we have enough time to get done the business that we need to get done. I definitely don't want to reduce a hearing of the public because that's who our constituents are the public. So we need to do the public's business in public. We don't have a lot of time to deliberate amongst each other. So I'm a little confused as to what the impetus is with one board meeting. I don't want to meet all day for 8 hours. So I think that if it's about personal preference and personally people want to be not inconvenienced, then say that. But I don't understand how we are already not having enough time to conduct the business. And to the point of what is common practice, has the district CPS ever had just one business meeting a month? I just want to know the historical perspective because I don't want to know common practice amongst other districts in the state. I want to know what our common practice is. Mike, I think maybe can answer. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Jen,
I don't know. Not that I could ever recall.
In 16 years, no. And I would say the school districts that have, or school boards that have one meeting per month are in the school districts where I spent 36 years teaching. They're called the suburban districts, where they have maybe as many people as we have in one school, let alone staff or budget or what have you. I'll take Mr. Morosky's comment and then the vice president's, and then I have a couple things I'd like to say about this. Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Bolton, and thank you, Mr. Lindy, for your comments and for suggesting this. I am by no means, I am not the board member that will champion more meetings. That said, it is my opinion that our issues that cause these meetings to be so long are not going to be solved by having one meeting a month. We could have 6 meetings a month and spend less time here if we worked on the core issues. And we've talked about it before. We went through some training with Council Great City Schools. You know, it is what it is, but the fact is we get too caught up in talking around issues instead of directly about issues, and we get too caught up in personalities instead of real politics and people. And 1 meeting a month is not going to change that. So I like the idea, Mr. Lee. I do like quite a bit, but I don't think that's going to help anything. So, and we may all have different ideas about what the core issues are, but for me, it's that we talk around issues, all kinds of issues. And so the other thing, though, more pragmatically, maybe less philosophically, you said something, I think, President Bolton, about this. I like the idea of having more hearings of the public and opportunities, but also at the same time, I look at some of these meetings, there's 5 weeks between meetings. And I know administration has things that would like, you know, that will need to get done. So I think more pragmatically, that's a part of it too.
Vice President.
And just to add, I wanted to second, obviously, what you brought up, Board Member Lindy, just providing a, little bit of conversation piece among our colleagues and hearing the importance or hearing the pros and cons of having 1 meeting versus 2 meetings. It does sound like a great and an amazing idea if we really could pull it off and really make it beneficial for the district. I just wanted to hear my colleagues and I wanted to hear what their thoughts were. I could go either way if we are going to have a productive meeting and really make sure that we're, attacking the issues and concerns and also being able to hear the public as well. I would go for the 1 meeting, but if that's not an ability for us to do so and still be able to report back and also hear from the community members, then I would stick with currently what we are doing in the second version.
I would just add just a couple of things that and this is repeating. When you do not have public meetings and do your business in public, when does the public have an opportunity to participate? When do we have the opportunity to abide by the laws regarding sunshine laws? And when, if you don't have public meetings, and nobody likes the length of these things, and very frankly, something is systemically wrong with all of us, that these meetings are this long. But the reality is, if you don't have public meetings, you're not going to be doing the public's business in public. And that is our first and most significant primary charge. Because if you don't have public meetings, you do not have the public accountability until you have elections. And then the problem is we also don't have the input that we need from the public to help design what it is that we all arrive at. And if you don't have public meetings convened by duly elected folks, then indeed all the decisions are going to be made, as some people on this board may want to be made by a unitary administration. It's as simple as that. This is a public function, public dollars. The public built this place and they cannot be shut out because this is very rough and tedious. Vice President.
Just one thing that I would like to ask as I'm looking on the calendar, is there any way possible in changing the suggested board working session for October the 18th and possibly putting it on October the 11th? I'm talking about, 2 board meetings and a 0 Cal meeting. So actually on both calendars, the working session is suggested for October the 18th. My ask would be if it's possible to move that to October the 11th, if at all possible.
No, staff might know better. They're the ones that looked at the calendars. Mr. Craig.
So in an effort to be my normal self and finding a somewhat of a compromise in this space here, I think one of my issues and frustrations also though is that when we come in and ask for numbers and things from the board or from the district and the administration every month or every 2 weeks or so, there is a almost churning of the next day after a board meeting, they're just preparing for the next board meeting. And in some ways, some of that information and stuff we've talked about in budget and finance can be done, whether it is one meeting of a month is where certain things get presented as for a purpose. And the other meetings are where still we can do board business and work. But I do think it is reasonable to ask that we do think about, if we're going to do more than one meeting a month, that we think about the structure of how those meetings go. Because I think part of my frustration, at least for the last 2 years with this and these wonderful 5-hour meetings, is that we keep talking about stuff that we're not actually going to vote on. We keep talking about stuff that we are not making any decision on whatsoever, and we're telling the district leadership to come back with answers for us without us giving any guidance. And so the purpose of us having meetings is also for us, that I've heard Board Member Morosky talk about this, is for us to make the hard decisions and to vote. And I think that's one of the things for me, if we're going to more than one meeting, then we get all these different information in the meeting. And I think we've talked about this with regard to board, where you can have some information provided with regards to things that have to be done by this date. We get one treasurer's report with a bunch of the information in. That's a structural change to a 2-meeting system. And then I also think, to your point, President Bolden, many years ago, when I spent a little time working in the Public Affairs and General Counsel's office, they didn't even do executive session at every meeting, for that matter, let alone did they do it before every meeting. And in fact, there were several cases where at the time the General Counsel, Cynthia Dillon, pulled them out of executive session and said, go back in and talk and do your business in front of the public, because that's what we were supposed to do and that's what we were charged to do. And so I think there are ways for us to, even if we're going to take a two-meeting system, to really restructure that and think about how we operate it. But I don't think that's something we've ever done. And I don't think that's something, to Board Member Morosky's point, I would love it if we did one meeting a month as well, because I think it would really push us to be better in theory, but when practice probably wouldn't. And so I encourage us, if we're not going to do one board meeting a month, to maybe restructure how we set up the two, so that we are really thinking about it and making it possible for us to get real work done in the time frame that we have. If we want to have a discussion about stuff, I think it's just important for us to structure things better to make sure that we save that time for discussion and make the real work of some of these other things happen quicker, faster, and easier.
Other comments? Treasurer.
I would just formally request that the June 23rd meeting on any of the calendars be moved. I'm sorry, the June 16th meeting be moved to the June 23rd meeting because of our fiscal year end closing and the need to file with Hamilton County Budget Commission.
Okay, and this is for next year. Think that we can do that, and certainly we can see if your request is possible. So I know Ms. Davis wrote that down and can check. Mr. Lindy?
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. I'm dizzy with just disorientation between the last meeting and this meeting. I feel like I suggested one meeting a month last month and got applause and cheers from people. And this evening, I feel as though I have kicked someone's puppy. I'm not entirely sure what happened between last meeting and this meeting. I would just say that I think obviously the board will do what it wants to do. I hold out hope that I think we can have higher expectations for how we use our time. And I think that we can spend less time here and do better work for everybody. So thank you.
I think that's a good thought. I think, to Mr. Craig's point, we can internally organize these as we need to. But tonight we have to make some sort of decision regarding the actual structure. And the question now is, if some people, we have the motion on the floor about one, and so we need to vote. I would, last part of this discussion before we vote, I would say if you wanted to reduce the number of meetings, the obvious one to reduce is the committee of the whole. Then you reduce that because it's a non-business meeting. We're not voting in committee of the whole. And indeed, that would take out a third of our meetings. And we do not hear the public. And invariably, probably a fourth of them end up being business meetings anyway. But I would suggest, if you want to limit the meetings and organize it, we can do what Mr. Craig has said, organize ourselves better. And he's absolutely right about executive session. And it would eliminate the committee of the whole. Sir.
The only thing I would say about that, because I thought about that, but then what would become of Student Achievement Committee? Because Student Achievement Committee became the committee of the whole. And so
Well, that's another part systemically that we might want to think about, because without that, I think staff is working on comparing districts as to how many meetings they have and also how many committees. You won't believe this, but we have fewer committees than other districts our size.
I don't
It's hard to believe.
I don't believe it.
But yeah, that's a thought. We would have to absorb it within our evening meetings, which may not be that bad, but it's a thought. Vice President?
Yes, I just have one quick clarifying question. So the calendar that's on the screen, that is for the year of 2025, correct? So the calendar is off a little bit. If I'm looking at my calendar currently for October of 2025, the 19th is a Saturday, so it's not the 18th as listed. So it's just off by some days. So if someone can just go back through all of the months, they are off. October 2025 is incorrect. So it's showing the 2nd as being a Thursday, but it's actually the 3rd, according to my calendar. So I just want to make sure I'm not the only one. Are you sure? I'm looking at 2025 on my phone. Are you sure? Let me pull this up again. It is a Saturday. Are you sure? Okay, I'm gonna look at this again. Okay, so you thought the same thing too? Well, why didn't you help me out? Oh, okay. I'm on the right calendar now. Thank you all. I just wanted to make sure. I was looking like, what's going on here?
Motion second, and Mr. Lindy, will you please mercifully repeat what your motion is?
I think there's not support for this. I was motioning for option A because I think we can be more focused with our time and get the public's business done well in fewer meetings. I stand by that conviction. I'm happy to withdraw it, but I want to note that I'll vote against a motion to meet more frequently.
Are you withdrawing it? Is your second?
Yes, I'm going to withdraw it and I'm going to vote against one that has more meetings.
Okay, great. And so we need a motion for the one of the other two, because we can't vote on the other two. What would you, who would like to make a motion that we accept the one that has 2 meetings as well as a CAL, as well as the 2 Saturday work sessions, which is what we basically have now? Is there a motion for that?
I'll move to adopt the original option.
So the one that we had the first time, right? The one that's on the screen?
The one that staff
Okay.
produced.
Okay. I second.
Okay, is there any discussion, God forbid?
President Bolton, I have a question. For clarity, that's the one that has 2 business meetings and a CAL meeting.
And the CAL.
Okay, thank you.
And we've kept the 2 Saturdays, as Mr. Lindy mentioned, would be important for board development and other items. He's talked about that last week. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Vice President?
And that will be pending on the 2 Saturdays that we discussed in terms of changing the one date.
Saturdays could be changed, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's hard to change some of this other stuff, but the Saturdays, and I think I approve, I like that because again, some of this front loading in a non-election year, it doesn't make as much sense as early board development, what have you. And that would be good. So we're gonna vote. Absolutely. So those can be changed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Davis, and thank you for being here. All right. I guess we're ready for a vote. All in favor, we're gonna vote aye. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. We don't have this. Fortunately, do any members have any acknowledgements or announcements? I know the superintendent has a number of retirements to present. Any board members have short acknowledgements and points of pride that they want to share? Vice President, you get us started.
I'll let the superintendent go first as I'm getting my slides together and pulled up, if that is fine.
Okay, Mr. Lindy, you go, and then we'll call on the superintendent.
I'll be real brief. This is just an addendum to last meeting. I mentioned the work of the student orchestra from Schroeder and the Ben Carlson Burns support. I wanted to mention by name, I believe the orchestra's teacher is Marva Rasmussen, and that also John Beasley, the orchestra teacher from Withrow, has also been very helpful. So I wanted to mention and thank those teachers by name. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. You ready now?
I'm ready, but it
You
doesn't
do
matter.
that.
Okay, I'll go really fast. I just wanted to make a couple of acknowledgements and kudos. Hopefully, Mr. Wilson will pull up my 2 slides. I did not get the opportunity to attend the Pig Abilities, but I wanted to give a huge shout out to all of our schools that participated this past Saturday downtown for the Flying Pig. So the Pig Ability starts, we have listed Aiken High School as participating, Carson, College Hill Fundamental, Dater Montessori, Gamble Montessori, John P. Parker, Pleasant Hill, Reese Price, Roseland, South Avondale, and Woodford. So we had a total of 126 participants. So if we could give them a big, huge round of applause. And my last slide, I also got the chance on last Thursday to attend the School to Work 2024 graduation, in which we had 16 graduates. So I would like to say a huge congratulations to all of these students. And as you can see in the pictures, they have the program listed and also they have their faces. And the students were just so excited to have completed the program, and they're going off to whether it is the military or into college to pursue nursing. So let's give them also a big round of applause. And that's all I have.
Any other board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? Yes, ma'am.
I am going to reserve my my last ones because I didn't get my slides in time, but I do want to say thank you to Learning Grove and Families Forward at Withrow. They held a wonderful listening session called My Mistake, and it was facilitated by community members and students around finding out what Black and Brown students need and think and how they are interacting. We were first names only. They didn't find out what we did for a profession, and we got to really hear from the students. I don't have those pictures, but I promise to have them at the next board meeting. But I just want to say thank you to Learning Grove and to Families Forward for their hospitality, and to Withrow, and for those students who are graduating, but who we learned a lot. And I did recommend several board members to go through that next season. So just know that that's coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Craig?
I'll be really quick. I just want to congratulate all of the wonderful students who are graduating this year. As graduation season starts, and I know several of us board members have to go to all these wonderful opportunities to see kids and parents celebrating. So for all the hard work that parents, teachers, principals, administrators, everyone who was there working with these wonderful students to get them through, I just want you all to be congratulated. And again, it's just a great time of year. This is one of my favorite parts of being in this role.
Absolutely. Mr. Morosky?
I just want to say to all of the teachers, happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Ms. Mapp?
Yes, I wanted to highlight Cheviot Elementary for hosting their naturalization ceremony last Friday. While I did not get to attend because we also had our legislative breakfast at TAF, which was also really great, I darted over to Cheviot just to try to catch some of the ceremony, but it was such a great experience to get a tour from the students at Cheviot. And I just really wanted to highlight Sky Armstrong and Bradis Pass. They were amazing, just ambassadors of their school, very knowledgeable and just excited to show their leadership. And so I'm thankful to just have the opportunity to be present, and they welcomed me with open arms. And also thank you to Principal Tammy Solomon Gray as well.
Thank you very much. And Madam Superintendent, our retirements.
All right, thank you very much. So
Thank you.
our retiree announcements for tonight. For our certificated staff, we have Wes Davis Jr., a teacher at Woodward Career Technical High School. Miss Mary E. Duffy, a teacher at North Avondale Montessori. Leroy Grant, a teacher at Juvenile Court. Oh, Miss Oro Kuma, did I get it right? Teacher at Withrow University High School. I'll practice these next. Mary Beth Platten, teacher at Academy of World Languages, and Melissa Sherman, teacher at Hughes STEM High School. Next slide. Oh, that's it. Okay, that's all for our retirees. Let's give them a round of applause. And Board Member Morosky did take a part of mine. I did also want to make certain that we do give our teachers an additional round of applause because this is the launch of Teacher Appreciation Week. So if we could give them another round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And now, finally, later than usual, but with an awful lot of work done, fortunately, Madam Vice President, you have the chair.
Yes, thank you so much. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you're online, once the request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions that you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and when the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. And tonight, I'm going to check to see, first, we have several in-person speakers. And I'm going to ask Mr. Wilson to let me know how many speakers do we have online.
To the chair, we have 6 today.
All right, so we will go ahead and get started with the 6 speakers, but before we get started with the 6 speakers, I will repeat the names of the individuals that will be coming down to the podium. We have Angela Couch, Mary Green, Susan Nall, and Cynthia Walters. And again, if I am mispronouncing your name, please do not charge it to me. I do apologize. So we'll get started with our first set of online callers.
Yes,
And-
our first speaker today is going to be Abby Friend. Abby, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Abby Friend, and I'm a parent of an 8th grader at SCPA and a member of the Cincinnati Education Justice Coalition. As a parent, I am very dismayed at the current chaotic nature of the district. In Ohio, we have been forced to watch our public schools be cudgeled to death by private and charter schools stealing public tax dollars. We are told to vote to change things, but yet we are now faced with the same privatization of public money in our own district from both appointed and elected officials. We have somehow found that the call to privatize our schools is coming from inside the house. As a parent, I get constant harassment from an AI chatbot that is getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars more than what most CPS parents, myself included, make in a year. The administration talks about transparency and budgets, but the budget roundtable discussions held with the public felt more like a threat than a conversation. My kids deserve a public school that prioritizes student services over lining the pockets of AI, out-of-state tech companies, and administrative bloat. We have to make cuts to balance our budget. I get that. But why must those cuts damage the educational environments for our students? I'm sad to realize that I don't have to wait for the right-wing radicals in the state house to defund public schools. It's already happening here in CPS.
Thank you, Abby. Our next speaker will be Jillian. Jillian, please go ahead.
Sorry. I'm Jillian Whitaker. I'm a CPS teacher and a parent of 3 CPS students. Last week, Superintendent Wright stated that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to our district's cell phone issue, and quite frankly, I disagree. I performed a survey in my 9th grade classes. Students spend on average 5 to 6 hours on their cell phone during the school day, and they receive over 100 notifications per hour. What teacher can compete with that? In a follow-up, I asked my students if they believe that their generation can change the world. Close to 80% of them said no, citing reasons such as everyone's too obsessed with their phones to pay attention to real life. And I think we could, but all everyone is worried about are their number of likes in their clout. Let me repeat that. 80% of our students feel like they cannot make a difference in the world based on their addictions to their phones. The burden for change cannot be placed solely on teachers. A vast majority of assaults in schools have come from a teacher's attempt to enforce a cell phone policy. Without a tool such as the Yonder Pouch and a well-communicated district-wide policy that lays out clear consequences to students, we will never be able to move on to our true jobs, education. Furthermore, in regards to schools of choice, I firmly believe that these are not working in the way that they are intended because we are trying to utilize them as both magnet schools and neighborhood schools. Students should choose to enter our magnet programs or be required to attend their neighborhood school. This would allow our magnet students to focus on the students interested in a trade instead of pouring resources into students who are forced to take those classes as an elective. By stretching our resources across the district, we're harming our credibility and actively keeping our students from reaching their full potential. Finally, our students at West High put on an amazing event last weekend. Put the guns down, pick the ball up, which was a sobering reminder that before we spend millions of dollars on an overabundance of chiefs, a COLA for those overpaid district administrators, a piece of culture, outside contracts with educational consultants who don't know our kids or our schools, maybe we should focus on finding funding for our most pressing issues. The infiltration of gangs in our schools, the lack of healthy and sustaining lunch options, and an increase in well-trained providers who can help students deal with the community trauma that the adults are unable to address. It seems like everyone in this room is worried about the wrong things.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Kendra Phelps. Kendra, go ahead.
Hi, President Bolton and board members. I just want to say a big thank you to those board members whose leadership reflects their care and consideration for all community stakeholders. The sacrifice that you make to do this important work is appreciated. I also want to share from a parent perspective about the chatbot. I do not have confidence in that chatbot to be able to support any needs that I have as a parent. As a matter of fact, I tried it before and was sadly disappointed. I would rather see the $330,000 that's been earmarked for that go to making sure that the offices in school buildings are properly staffed and that there are people that we can talk to as parents when we need support with things like transportation and other things at the central office that will really work to give us a solution. I have many friends who have basically just blocked the chat bot, and so I really question whether it is a good use of our taxpayer dollars. Thank you again so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Our next speaker is Michelle Dunn. Michelle, please go ahead.
Greetings. My name is Michelle Dunn with Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. A request we formally made through the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, last month is still being ignored, where we asked for an accounting of the millions of dollars this superintendent and her team have spent on vendors and consultants. We do know they have contracted out millions of dollars meant for our students to mostly out-of-state vendors to perform duties that can be either done locally or in-house. For example, they spent $6,000 to, quote, collect feedback from the public to help drive budget discussions from a vendor in Wisconsin. They spent $38,000 to, quote, recruit and train principals. Ironic, given we saw the largest exodus of principals under this new team. That's just two examples of the kind of spending that we should have been under scrutiny at the budget roundtables. But again, only the superintendent's hand-picked cuts were served up for consideration. That is not how transparency works. We've had an unprecedented year of unproductive disruption and frustration from the superintendent and her team. Our thousands of members who have had to work through all the dysfunction and delay share it has never been this bad. And trust me, there would be hundreds testifying just that if it were not for concerns of retaliation. Critical decisions are delayed. Joint decision-making committees who do the time-consuming work get no answers on decisions since everything has to go through one person, the superintendent. This team ignore important contractual processes that are not innovative or necessary. They've brought on consultants and vendors who offer up expensive solutions to problems that don't exist, all while ignoring board policy and our collective bargaining agreement. To pretend like everything is moving along just fine is just not acceptable anymore. We need this board to hear us and to take action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, I'm sorry, second to last speaker, Roger Horton. Please go ahead, Roger.
Good evening, Superintendent and esteemed members of the Cincinnati Public School Board of Education. As a current second grade teacher at South Avondale, I come to you today to advocate for an inclusive approach to the proposed merger of South Avondale and Rockdale Academy. As we contemplate this significant change, it is imperative that we engage all stakeholders in the decision-making process. By fostering collaboration among parents, students, teachers, administrators, and board members, as well as community stakeholders, we can ensure that the merger is not only successful, but also reflective of the needs and aspirations of those it impacts most directly. First and foremost, parents play a crucial role in their children's educations. Their insights, concerns, and aspirations must be taken into account as we chart this path forward. By actively including parents and the LSDMCs of the schools in the decision-making process, we can build trust and transparency, fostering a sense of ownership and investment in the outcome. Likewise, students are at the heart of our educational system. Their voices must be heard and valued as we navigate this transition. After all, they're the ones who will be directly impacted by this merger. By empowering students to share their perspectives and concerns, we can ensure that their needs are central to our decision-making process. Teachers and administrators are also the backbones of our schools. Their expertise is invaluable as we seek to navigate the complexities of merging two distinct educational institutions. By involving them in the planning and implementation phases, we can harness their insights to develop strategies that promote continuity, stability, and academic excellence. Furthermore, board members bring a wealth of knowledge and leadership to the table. Their guidance and oversight are essential as we work to ensure that the merger aligns with our district's overarching goals, guardrails, and priorities. Last but certainly not least, community stakeholders play a vital role in shaping the educational landscape of our city. Their input and support are essential as we strive to create a learning environment that is inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the needs of all students. In conclusion, an inclusive approach to the South Avondale schools is just not desirable. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Our last online speaker tonight will be Winona Oliver. Winona, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Winona Oliver, and I am the Special Education Liaison for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. Last year, CFT informed the district that our AU and MD teachers have to use their own money to pay for transition to daily living skills food prep lessons. Transition skills instruction is required by the state for students with disabilities beginning at age 14. For some students with disabilities with low cognitive ability, daily learning skills, including food prep, is required and is part of the district's present curriculum for these students. The district provided recipes and ingredients for teachers to use, make cold snack food only once a month with our students. How many of you eat only cold snack for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I would say no one in the sound of my voice does that. Our teachers are still having to use their own money to purchase ingredients to teach the students how to safely prepare simple meals and instruct them on how to use kitchen appliances and equipment safely. Secondly, when every intervention specialist in a building is already at their caseload max, The maximum found in the CBA and the state operating standards, the district is responsible for ensuring that all students with disabilities receive the services described in the IEP, not the intervention specialist. The district does have options to rectify this issue, but chooses to mandate that intervention specialists do not follow the state operating standards in CBA and provide services beyond their max, which means none of the students will get the support they need as laid out in their IEPs. Intervention specialists are even being threatened by student service managers and told that they will be sued or liable for due process if they do not add more students to their caseload and more services. Does this reflect the district that is doing what is best for students with disabilities and staff? I'll let you answer that question yourself. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you so much.
That is all online speakers.
Up first at the podium will be Angela Couch. Second would be Mary Green. Third is Suzanne Knoll, and last would be Cynthia Walters. If you are not already up towards one of the chairs, you're more than welcome to have a seat as you wait your turn. I think so. Yes.
All right. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Wright. My name is Angela Couch, and I am a district-wide mentor. I work with teachers district-wide. In working with new teachers this year, the instability of the district delay and little to no information and communication surrounding transfer rounds caused undue stress to not only new teachers, but all teachers. Due to the lateness of the transfer rounds, teachers didn't know what to do. Most were in buildings where they didn't know if they were going to have a position in their building, and some still don't know. They didn't know the process or understand if they should interview with other districts because other districts are hiring at this time. There was little to no communication with HR and teachers. I went into a classroom where a teacher was sobbing because they just did not know what to do. After calming them down, unfortunately, I didn't have any answers to give them. If teacher retention is important, there must be improved communication and deadlines outlined for the district must be followed so that CPS will continue being the shining beacon that our teachers and students deserve. And I want to leave you with a quote by Brad Johnson on teacher retention. If you want to keep the best teachers, treat them like they are the best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening, President Bolton, Vice President Weinberg, members of the board, and Superintendent Wright. My name is Mary Green, and I currently proudly serve Cincinnati Public Schools as the high school art teacher at Hughes STEM. I would like to voice my support publicly tonight for keeping Dr. Isidore Rudnick as the curriculum manager for the fine arts. I came to Cincinnati to teach because of his strong leadership, which I first became familiar with while serving on the executive board of the Ohio Art Education Association. I should mention that I currently serve on the Leadership Assembly as historian, and I've been recognized by the OAEA as a distinguished fellow as well. Dr. Rudnick has been recognized and awarded by the OAEA as well and celebrated at a state level, long before he asked me to come here. When Dr. Rudnick asked me 5 years ago to come to Cincinnati to teach, I was thrilled at the prospect of being part of such a solid and vital program. I immediately said yes, because the arts are so strong in Cincinnati. I have been commuting on weekends from my home near Cleveland to an apartment here to take part in what I believe to be as a model program for the arts. While the arts have continually been underrated in other school districts, we have a strong model for a successful program due to Dr. Rudnick's leadership. The program's strengths include networking with other art teachers, meaningful and targeted professional development, thorough curriculum guides to follow, adequate supplies, we are dealing with expendables after all. Many exhibition opportunities, including here at central office and in the community, and his willingness to hear any difficulties that fine arts teachers might have and to immediately act upon them. Dr. Rudnick makes us feel like we matter, and I appreciate the opportunity to return the favor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Nall. I'm the art teacher at Academy of World Languages in Mount Washington School. I was the former fine arts coach. I'm the current exhibitions coordinator, and next year I will be the Fine Arts Curriculum Council Chair. The health of the fine arts department in a school district is the canary in the coal mine. Fine arts teachers touch every single student in Cincinnati Public Schools. Every single student in every single K-6 school has an art and music teacher. We are at the elementary level, teachers who set the tone and the climate for our school's culture. I've been an art teacher in CPS for 23 years. From 2001 to 2014, there was no fine arts curriculum manager. I want to give you a snapshot of what that was like. I had $0 in funding for art supplies. I knew no other art teachers. I had no professional development specific to art. I had no idea whether my lessons were rigorous or not. I couldn't fulfill my content standards because I didn't have supplies. I became the sole financial resource for visual art materials, and I alone supplied what I could for my 650 students. There were times when my students didn't even have paper. In 2013, my school moved to a new building, and for the first time in 15 years, the art room had a kiln. But technology had come so far that I had no idea how to run the kiln, and there wasn't any money to purchase clay anyway, so that $15,000 piece of equipment was not utilized for the benefit of the students. Our fine arts curriculum manager position was created in 2015. All of a sudden, we had a fine arts budget, and all 230 music, art, drama, dance teachers were able to procure the supplies our students so desperately needed. We as a district-wide department began receiving meaningful PD, where not only did we network with other fine arts teachers, we also learned more on how to create curriculum within our own schools that had depth and meaning. For example, Renee Lentz at Clark is an expert on ceramics, and I learned from knowing her how to run my kiln. As a fine arts coach, I sat side by side with our fine arts manager and observed the supply ordering process.
Time.
We have such, the time?
Did you say time? Yes, time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm so used to hearing the little ringer. We don't have that anymore. Okay, no problem. Our next speaker. And I'm going to call down as our next speaker comes to the podium, Bob Schaefer. If you could come on down, Brad Smith, Ryan Shear, and Clayton Adams.
Hello. All right. I'm Cynthia Walters with Green Umbrella. I'm the Green Schoolyards Manager. So we hope to see everyone at the Regional Green Schoolyard Summit at Aiken High School on Wednesday, June 5th. The Green Schoolyard Summit is a first-time event where everybody is invited to learn about this innovative district-wide initiative directed towards the whole student. So please help us get out the word and share the info available on the Green Schoolyards flyer that I supplied to you with your networks. The Green Schoolyards Summit aligns with the CPS forecast to partner with regional economic, political, and cultural decision makers. Please invite associates, educators, community members, students, parents, and others who are dedicated to increasing equity within school districts and improving student outcomes in our region. What can you expect? We will hear keynote addresses from Councilmember Mika Owens, CPS Board President Eve Bolton, CPS COO Chris Burkhart, and Ollie Kroner from the City Office of Environment and Sustainability. Morning sessions will include district sustainability and the role of facilities and maintenance and greening schoolyards, weeding and feeding, removing the barriers and building paths to green education, enjoying the fruits of farm to school, transformative collaboration across local businesses, school gardens, and dining services, the Green Cincinnati Plan education goals, addressing equity with green schoolyards through partnerships, Then get ready to attend a garden-based learning panel discussion presented by the Civic Garden Center, followed by a farm to school lunch hosted by CPS Student Dining Services. Afternoon sessions will include life and work pathways, green industrial steps towards landscape design.
Thank you so much.
Don't forget the Aiken tour, please, at Aiken High School, and you can pet
so
some
much.
animals.
All right, our next speaker, please come on up.
Good evening. My name is Bob Schaefer. I am a taxpayer, a neighbor to Withrow High School. My son played on the Withrow High School football team the last 2 years, and I have a 4-year-old who's probably going to be going to CPS sometime in the future. I sent you all an email on April 30th. It might have been confusing because I had a lot of attachments to it because I had some a large document, which is an opposition statement to the development of an indoor tennis facility there. I've been to a couple, I've been watching your meetings. I know you get a lot of information. So I just wanted to follow up that email and personally deliver a printout of what was a rather large document. It's about a 30-page statement, but I included a lot of exhibits, which are the underlying primary source, a lot of the Cincinnati Tennis Foundation's presentations, their agreement. I tried to get you all as much information as I could and provide the supporting information. I invite all of you to come to our neighborhood at any time. You can reach out to me or any other people that are in the letter to take in firsthand what it looks like there and what it would be like. I appreciate the need of the school district to rely on partnerships with outside organizations. And I think it's good for the CPS to lean on those organizations. This instance, with the Cincinnati Tennis Foundation and developing a private tennis club, in essence, on a public land, a public asset, which I believe is a gem of the city. It's very large open space that is enjoyed by the neighborhood and the broader community, would be a grievous mistake. And I urge you all to take some time and look at my statement. And I ask that if you are going to consider this and approve some kind of development like that, you give us an opportunity to come in here and make a full statement beyond the 2 minutes that I'm afforded this evening. I appreciate everything that you all do. It's not an easy job. And I know that your heart is in it, and I hope your heart finds the way to hear me out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brad Smith.
Flip these to Ms. Davis or hand them out to you. What would you like me to do? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education. I'm here to speak to you as my role as field representative for Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I'm here to talk about the unitary administration and its effect that it's having on the district. Weekly, we meet with HR to resolve issues and discuss their problems and resolve them. The superintendent has never attended this meeting. The chief over that department has attended 4 of them. And so as a result, the simplest matters that need to be resolved is kind of like a pinball machine. The issue goes between department to department, chief to chief, and the ball never drops and no decision ever gets made. It means our employees go months and months and months without getting paid for work that they did. Second of all, we have been told that the discipline process has not changed. While that might be true, we've seen a record number of teachers and other employees sent home for longer periods of time because, again, no one can make a decision except for the superintendent. Third, we were told how transparent this budget process has been and all the feedback. Well, the problem with that is that the budget roundtables as presented and the surveys presented amount to an unfair labor practice of direct dealing. They pit union member and employee against employee. They pit union against union, and that's why we refuse to participate in them. We were about to go into negotiations, and here's the administration directly dealing with our members, trying to negotiate in public. And by the way, that brings me to the last point. Talk about collaboration of this district. This superintendent refused to come to the table to negotiate with any union in this district. That is not collaboration. Instead, I see a lot of disruption, a lot of delay, and a lot of deflection.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Ryan Shear.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Shear. I'm a teacher at AWL and the second vice president of CFT. I'm also here to talk about the budget a little bit, which we have seen tonight is a common issue this year. I want to talk more about how it is affecting our schools. Our budgets are supposed to be at our schools in December 20th. They didn't arrive to us until mid-March, I believe, maybe mid-April. I could be wrong on that, but around 3 months late. That pushes back our transfer rounds. We are currently only in the second round of transfer rounds right now, the internal transfers, which means our schools and our teachers are waiting to figure out where they're going to be, what positions are going to be open, while at the same time, any external candidates that would actually be, great additions to our teaching staff, great additions to our buildings, are seeking jobs elsewhere. I'm sure we have plenty of teachers that have been given one of those blanket contracts that have moved on because they still haven't been told what building they're going to be in, because our schools are still dealing with not really fully understanding what our budgets are going to look like next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Clayton Adams, followed by Alexa Fulmer and Julie Seller.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Clayton Adams, and I'm one of Aiken's CFT building representatives. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the CFT members who work at Aiken High School. We held an emergency chapter meeting today, and over 50 CFT members, teachers, showed up to support what I'm about to say to you tonight. I'm here to express our total lack of confidence in the superintendent, her executive leadership team, as well as board member Ben Lindy. Let's just talk about the facts. This superintendent and executive leadership team failed to come to the table and negotiate with every union in this district. This superintendent and executive leadership team blatantly ignored every union's collective bargaining.
Please address references to the chair, and please do not include names of board members or reference regarding the superintendent.
Okay. I want to talk about how I'm disappointed with one of your board members that voted against our 2% cost of living increase, as well as extending our contracts into the 2024-2025 school year. The people at Aiken, the teachers at Aiken are extremely upset at that particular school board member, and they're particularly upset at the superintendent and her leadership team. And I guess that's all I could say. I will say that this district is ran by teachers, cafeteria workers, security guards, paraprofessionals, principals, and building custodians. And these are the people that make this district run. CFT and the other unions have worked too hard to build this district up, and we will not let this superintendent and her leadership team or a board member, one board member in particular, tear it down. Solidarity forever. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, I am Alexa Fulmer, a math specialist and proud CFT member. The math specialist position continues to be a position that must constantly worry if they will have a position or not at their school. Several schools have lost their math specialists due to budget cuts, yet we continue to hire administrators. We also haven't had official training since our initial year in 2019. We have had a lot of changes in personnel since that time, and I do have a plan for that, and we'll be submitting that soon. I am not sure why I apologize. The joint position of the Association of Mathematics Teachers Educators, the Association of State Supervisors of Mathematics, NCSM, Leadership in Mathematics Education, and the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics calls for elementary mathematics specialists to help ensure equitable and effective mathematics learning for each and every student. These organizations strongly recommend using elementary math specialists in pre-K through 6 environments to enhance the planning, teaching, learning, and assessment of mathematics. We further advocate that every elementary school has access to EMS professional, and we know that elementary mathematics specialists positively affect student achievement, particularly when they have completed specialized preparation and have sufficient time to interact with teachers. Those serving as elementary math specialists professionals should be expected to have a deep and broad knowledge of mathematics content, expertise in using and helping others use effective instructional practices, and the ability to support the efforts that keep all PK through 6 students learn important mathematics. Elementary math specialists should include an overarching attention to assess inequity with the specific foci on mathematics content, pedagogy, and leadership knowledge and skills.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker, Julie Sellers.
Thank you. And I'm glad you did not decide to go to a once-a-month meeting because teachers would never get paid because it would just take that much longer to get through the process. But I am here this evening to represent all 6 unions within the CPS district and who represent about 6,000 employees here to address the concerns, the email that was sent to them today by the superintendent. It was sent out district-wide to all CPS employees. If she had confidence in CPS employees, she wouldn't have felt the need to address everyone in this manner. The fact that she felt compelled to send this email proves her point. This email was inappropriate, unprofessional, and was sent to intimidate employees. It is the culture that has been created within CPS. And this is the representatives of the Fanny Carradine from the CFOP president, Jimmy Hayden. He is the executive secretary treasurer of the trades, Michael Turner, president of CAS, Rick Guerin, president of Local 20 Plant Operators, Emily Bell, president of AFSCME. The superintendent keeps telling everyone, and in her letter, she talked about how collaborative she is, but her actions speak louder than words. After 2 years of trying to work with the superintendent, we don't believe the superintendent understands the meaning of collaboration. Personally, I believe that she believes that collaboration slows her down too much. I have in her letter to every single employee in this district, it talked about collaboration and how we met every other month. We did meet every other month with the union presidents, but it wasn't sufficient. And we were mostly talked at and told, and very little did we have time to share our opinions or to try to solve things. She always had her administrative team with her, and it felt like it was just like this, a meeting that was never really moving forward. It talked about the budget sessions where they had budget sessions, but we refused to come. The unions met, and we met with the superintendent and the team, and we made 26 suggested cuts to reduce the budget gap. These recommendations were mostly ignored and never costed out for us. The complaint and discipline, it said that there's been no change to employee discipline or complaint process. We have never said that out loud. That was only said in executive session, so that probably came from one of the school board members, but that is something that is truly happening. And then roles and responsibilities, it talked about that they have consistent in equities they have been working to align roles and responsibilities. CFOP has requested multiple job studies that have not been acknowledged, and only one has been approved. With that, I just want to say that it's really difficult to keep trying to move forward. We made many, many suggestions to budget cuts, but one, and this is where I think Michelle Dillingham said that we did a public information request of contracts. The contracts, what I found, we did get that in an Excel sheet, and the contracts over $200,000. The current maximum total in that line of every contract over $200,000 is about $200 million that has been encumbered. If you do a total of every contract, it is $200 million. But in the next column, how much has been paid out, it's 70 million, which leaves, so the total is 200 million that's been encumbered. Only 70 million has been paid so far. We have less than 2 months before the end of this budget period. And I would like to know, and we would like to know, and we cannot get an answer. In this fiscal year, I'm sure there's going to be a hefty carryover. Right now, if nothing else was being spent, that would be $130 million. How much is the district projecting in carryover dollars? Of the contracts under $200,000, we were never able to get it in an Excel sheet. We only got it as a PDF document, which makes it really difficult for us to manipulate the columns and do the adding and all of that. And it was in a font of like a 2.0 font, which was really difficult. But there were 58 pages of contracts. I know that there are many that were not encumbered. They encumbered $50,000 and have spent $24,000, and it was for one contract. How much money is all of that adding up to? And every time I bring it up, I never have anyone respond to me. And it's really frustrating because here we are nitpicking about making cuts when how much money is encumbered that will be carryover dollars for next year. And so that is, to me, the most frustrating part of all of this. When the superintendent first started 2 years ago, she should have focused on the post-COVID financial challenges, but she continued out of control spending with plenty of new out-of-state vendors and contracts. And it was all done behind closed doors because nobody on the board voted for any of those contracts under $200,000. I'll bet you if I ask you about the contracts in there, you probably have not heard of most of them because there were 58 pages and at least 20 to 30 on a page. There was no transparency with these decisions. She also added an entirely new executive team structure based on the Chiefs for Change philosophy. Her new chiefs and directors were all from out of state, having no experience within our city or district. Their inexperience completely disrupted how our district functionally operates. Our district was functionally operating based on schools having say over certain things. We have ILTs, LSDMCs, and curriculum councils. All of those, they want to just tell people what to do and how to spend their money. We had to keep people from last week. They did not want their assistant principal of culture, and we had to almost have a battle in order for them to be able to vote and make that decision. So I believe that if we actually sat down and were transparent about the budget, we would be able to close this gap, and we would probably be able to do it in just a couple of hours. So I'm tired of messing with this for at least 5 months now, probably 6 months, because we should have started in December. So thank you. And I hope that we can get this figured out in the next week. Thank you.
Thank you all. And that closes up hearing of the public. President Bolton.
Thank you very much, Vice President Weinberg, and thanks to all those that participated today. Appreciate it, and thank you for being as patient as you were to have this be this late within the agenda. Our next agenda item is the first reading of a resolution. The resolution to consider a proposed non-renewal of administrator contracts pursuant to Ohio Revised Code. This is the first reading. Technically, a first reading is often required if indeed the resolution that's being proposed has not gone through board committee previously. However, in this, and we're going to do it that way just to be technically correct for sure, but indeed, as many people know, this item has been brought to us in public session. And also this item has been mentioned even prior to the public session last Monday when I asked particular questions. And indeed, Mr. Hoyne provided the board members, I believe the day after Monday's meeting, a sample. And that resolution that is before us is again for a first reading. We can have early discussion of it, and it's to be shared with board members and questions asked if necessary. it's possible we might want to ask Mr. Hoyne just to explain some of the law that's required. You heard the superintendent tonight mention certainly that with some of these monies that are in need of helping fill the gap, apparently there will be some need for personnel cuts and personnel changes. So far, those that have kind of surfaced through discussion, we're not sure the total number that would be needed. So this is to address the possibility of the need to have non-renewal of some members of the employment complement and how to go about that. And it encourages the superintendent and treasurer to do what they need to do in order to fulfill the law if we move forward on this. Any questions or comments about the first reading? We don't read it usually out loud, but it is before you, and you've seen the earliest version of it last week. Sir, Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, President Bolton. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at the right document. I'm looking at something on board docs, looks like a resolution. There's a section that says the board resolves to consider the renewal and non-renewal of the following administrators' employment contracts, and there's a blank.
Absolutely. There's no names thus far.
There's no recommendation that's coming. There's no recommendation tonight that I should be looking at.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was looking at the right document because what I saw was blank. And I wanted to just check that there wasn't a different document I was supposed to be looking at.
And this
Thank you.
is the first reading. It's the capacity. We had it explained by the general counsel that this is a possibility. We heard again tonight that the superintendent perhaps will be presenting some names as well. This is an expression of the policy and, the process, the legal process that must be followed. And so there are functions that we have as a result. Mr. Craig.
So I want to 2 points on this. And one is that I think, we raised this at the last meeting, but I still think this sets us in a bad precedent for me. Because I think this pushes us into the operation of managing the district and not, and us not governing. Because again, by putting up names of folks, these are not folks that we have reviewed their performance, set any performance goals for, done any work with outside of the connection through the superintendent or through the treasurer or through the internal auditor. And so I think this gets us into a bad position. I think the other parts of this is that I do think doing stuff like this undermines the role of the superintendent, the role of the treasurer, and the role of the chief internal auditor, because that puts staff in a position of believing that they now must adhere to what the board says in lieu of what their actual supervisor says. And so I didn't like this idea when we talked about it last board meeting. I don't like the idea now. And I think, to be truthful about it, if we don't like the recommendations of the superintendent, we don't like the recommendations of the treasurer, if we don't like the recommendations of chief internal auditor, then our role as a board is to address those folks who report to us directly. And so I think doing things like this, while yes, it might be something we can do under law, the question is not always what we can do, is whether we should do it. And I don't know that this is something we should do.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Other comments? Ms. Mapp.
Thank you, President Bolton. I won't have much to say. I really just appreciate Board Member Craig's response in regards to this, because again, I think it really moves us away from a place of governance and puts us in a position of management. And so we want to make sure, as I always state, that we're following appropriate processes and for us to be able to work collaboratively. I do think this sets a precedence for things to go further, to continue to go awry within our district. I think that we need to just ensure that we're working collaboratively and we honor the processes that are in place.
Thank you, Ms. Mapp. Other comments, questions? Dr. Moffett.
So I don't disagree with my colleague as far as this being unprecedented and not necessarily the best of recommendations. However, I will say, having been a board member that has sat through now this being the third budget process and not having to do this much work, also having sat through 4 months now of having the same things brought back to us repeatedly, which is a huge waste of time and almost disrespectful. I also would like to know, what do we need to do we need to provide our intended recommendations to the superintendent for consideration? I think we've done that multiple times, multiple documents. I'd like to kind of have a point of order. What is the suggestion? Because clearly there is no collaboration. Clearly the communication between what the board deems maybe as something that could move the district forward. We've sent something out. It's got collaboration all over it. People submitted it to the president. It was from the community. It was from board members. It was from a multitude of sources. Many of those things never made it to any recommendations or a list. So I'd like to kind of understand what my colleagues see as a definition of collaboration and communication that we need to employ now, because we've submitted things over and over and over again for consideration, and they haven't been taken into account to get down to a $6.9 million gap, to now find out today it's $13 million. So I really would like to understand what my colleagues see as something that could move us forward, because I don't quite understand what you see is different that has already been done. Submitting them, putting them on a list, asking for dollar signs. I mean, what is it that will move us forward? To that point, in my last statement, Jen, can you tell me or remind us of the dates that we need to be having this stuff done? I mean, we're May the 6th now, and I think that there's some June deadlines that need to happen, and we're talking about reducing meetings, and we've got significant deadlines coming up. So can you remind us of what those deadlines are?
So we operate on a fiscal year end June 30. So by June 30, you have to have it adopted appropriations resolution in order for me to begin cutting checks on July 1. That includes payroll and vendor. So the last couple of years, we've had to do like 90-day extensions, temporary appropriations, which is very difficult to manage. But June 30 is the date. That's why I'd asked for the board, make sure the board meeting got moved to the 23rd next year, because we need time to close the books and create the appropriations resolutions.
I'm just curious as to see, I'd like to see something different, but I don't think we should have to do this. You're absolutely right. But I think under the spirit of collaboration, and what should happen and what is happening are two different things. There isn't collaboration on this. So I'd like to know what we need to do differently in order to really see the reduction of the $13 million.
Are there any other comments, questions from board members? Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. I think just to share some additional perspective on some of the things that people have mentioned. I appreciate everybody's comments. On the recommendations that I think Board Member Moffitt was referencing, at least in the materials that I have reviewed, the administration has gotten back to us on all of those. And my understanding is that the time when we were going to discuss all of that was going to be the next board meeting. So I do think that things are moving forward. I don't think we've gotten to clarity on what the decisions are, but I do think people have made good faith efforts to get the information back to people in a way that they can understand, so we can discuss it on a timeline that we'd agreed to. I'm looking forward to having that conversation next time. I think I have some other thoughts, but I'm still gathering, and I'll return later.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions for this first reading, Ms. Mapp?
Not so much about the reading, but I believe in that I would like to respond to Board Member Moffitt's question about what collaboration looks like and how to move conversations or efforts forward. I do think that there has been instances where the administration has presented information and to try to work with us as board members to have some resolve. Yet I think that we get in our own way a lot of times, where maybe we're not aligned, or maybe we're not clear, or there's mixed messaging. And I can say, as a new board member, I am confused about a lot of things, because I could hear one message and then the next meeting there's a different message. So I think that, again, as I've been sharing, that as a board, we need to be certain about what we're proposing so that the administration can effectively do what we're requesting of them. And so that's what collaboration looks like to me. It doesn't necessarily mean that we all have to agree on everything, but where are we in terms of working to have some resolve and understanding so that we can not postpone or delay processes, but we are able to move forward as one.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Craig?
I'll just add this one thought on. I don't think this, for me, this resolution isn't about whether we collaborate or not collaborate. To be quite honest, this resolution says we're not collaborating at all because we're picking people who, again, don't report to us, who we have not set any expectations for, who we have not gone in and done any real review of their performance. I think if we wanted to say that we had other cost-saving things that we wanted to be added specifically in, and that didn't get done, I think we can address that directly through the folks who report to us. My concern with this resolution is not about whether it's collaboration or not collaboration, because I think this clearly is nowhere near that line of collaboration. It is about us showing exercise of power. And to that point, fair enough, that might be under the law, things we're allowed to do. The question always to be is, should we do that? Because if I'm that employee who has felt like I've done my job, felt like I've done my work, felt like I've done what I was asked to do, and felt like I was doing what I knew to be right, and someone who I don't report to, someone who has never talked to me about the work I do, came in and said, you're now going to lose your job because we think this is a position that should be let go as a board. I don't know, one, that I think that would be appropriate, but two, I also don't feel like if I were to able to stay, having gone through an appeals process as lined out and had the opportunity to defend myself, whether I would have a fair opportunity in the future either. I mean, we talk about really wanting to care about the employees of the district and really saying to folks, this is a really hard decision that we're making on what positions have to be gone, on what people who no longer have a job and can't support their families through their job at the district. For any position in our district, whether that's teacher, ELT member, whatever. That's something I just don't take lightly and say that I, as a board member, am proposing that I've reviewed your performance and say you are deemed to not be ready or not deemed part of our district. So again, I think there's certainly conversations that we can have around what true collaboration means and whether or not all the ideas are on the table fully. I just don't know that this one here to me leans anywhere near that. I also know that we can't talk about culture in our district and not recognize and appreciate that telling folks that if you don't do what I say as a board member, your job is on the line, is not said by this. So, I mean, I don't know that we get better in culture by folks feeling like they have to appease us first and not their bosses.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Vice President Weinberg.
Yes, I will be quick. I just have two questions. So with hearing, I guess, everything that my colleagues had to say regarding this first reading, my question would be, what would be the next step in terms of what would we be doing with this particular form or proposal of a resolution? And two, just to comment off of Board Member Craig with the collaboration piece, my question would be, and I'm pretty sure Board Member Mapp might want an answer to this, where does that occur? When will we discuss that? And what would be the next steps and plans for that collaboration piece?
Any response? Mr. Craig?
I mean, again, I think collaboration is about, so one, we got to vote next week or next, was it the 15th? I think we were back here discussing the budget. And so, realistically, if those things aren't done, if the things that we feel like should have been included in there are not done, there are people that we can hold accountable for that. That's our role. If we're not willing to do that, then I don't think we should be holding accountable any other employee in this district who is not someone who directly reports to us. So we have a meeting next week. We have an absolute meeting next week. We have decisions we can make in the very next week to the folks who actually report to us. If we're not willing to do that, if we're not willing to be out here publicly saying we're going to do that, then I think holding anyone else below that person more accountable than we're willing to hold the person that reports directly to us is not fair.
The other, Dr. Moffitt, and then Ms. Mapp, did you want to respond? Okay.
So I completely agree with you with regard to just evaluating people that don't report to us. But that's not, and I need to get clarification from council, that's not what I think RIFs are versus non-renews. So one is done for financial reasons, and that can fall under the role of governance because it is not about performance evaluations. It is about strictly financial reasons. And one is a renew or non-renew, which is about evaluation. General Counsel Hoyne, am I off on that? That some things are done for financial reasons? Is that the RIF versus the other that is done for an evaluation? And I completely agree that we should not be non-renewing people simply on performance. They don't report to us, but I do want to get clarification.
Thanks. Non-renewals of administrators can be done for any reason, financial, performance, any reason whatsoever. A RIF can only be done for specific reasons, one of which is financial reasons. Also reorganization, I think, and some others, but they specifically relate to certain reasons.
Okay, and then just to clarify, the superintendent's recommendations still need to, those are recommendations, they would have to be approved by the board and once they're presented, is that correct? For the
Sorry, the superintendent's recommendations for non-renewals, that's right. Those have to be approved or disapproved by the board, that's right.
Okay.
Last week I was asked whether administrators that aren't recommended necessarily by the superintendent, whether those can be considered by the board. And again, that the steps that are in that resolution still have to be taken. The administrator has to receive a number of evaluations. They have to be given notice ahead of time, an opportunity to address the board in executive session. But yes, provided those steps are followed, that's what would have to take place for a non-renewal.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that we're not talking about the board having evaluations and the unfairness of not renewing people that we don't report to. We're talking about the financial piece of renewals, non-renewals, and RIFs. Thank you.
Go ahead, Superintendent, and then I'd like to make a few comments. Go ahead.
I just have a question. When was the last time this resolution was done in the district?
I don't believe it's ever been done.
Ever been done in the district?
My 16 years, I don't know, you could ask the treasurer, she's been here twice as long as me. And she's so happy about that too.
You made me feel old. I've never seen a resolution like this before.
Absolutely, no question about it. It's definitely unprecedented, no question.
So this would be the first time that the board then takes action outside of the recommendations that are provided by the superintendent, because
No,
that's what this says.
I would not say this first time we've done something outside of what the superintendent's recommended. We've before voted against recommendations that the superintendent has made.
Right.
I think also from a public standpoint, to my knowledge, this would be the first time that the board conceivably would be presenting to the superintendent through resolution or action, suggestions, names, or what have you. That would be new.
So suggestions and names have been submitted already. And as
Wait,
I understand,
wait,
suggestions on the entire document that was provided that I think that Board Member Moffitt is referencing, that came from the board, some board members, that came from some community members, that came from a variety of people that were put together.
That would be kind of the primary list
Yeah,
right
there's a
now.
list of names on there already.
Positions.
The positions, we had to add names to them because some of them were just positions and there's more than one in terms of the position. So the document that we provided back to the board with the specificity around it actually said the individuals that were in those positions as well. So I just wanted to have clarity around that this resolution has not been done in the district with any other superintendent under the leadership of, as long as you've been here, or the treasurer has been here, or this board. And now we're looking at bringing this forward as a resolution.
I think that's a fair summary.
Okay, thank you.
But I also can say in the 16 years I've been here, we've not been in this situation before either. And that's everyone's responsibility. I don't like to set precedent. What I am saying, and now even tonight, after the discussion about what the gap is, we have not seen suggestions regarding cuts that are big enough that we would and have been willing to accept. That's the dilemma that we're in. And I would say that now that we have additional millions that we didn't know we had before, it is more and more likely that the need for personnel cuts are going to be required. Whether you put those names together, or we put those names together, but thus far, we've at least submitted through some of our references about this particular department or that contract date or whatever. It'd be interesting to have a total from the administration as to what those personnel suggestions that we have made for cuts actually would cost or save or what have you. I think we see it fragmented in ways. I have every intention of holding the people that we hold accountable, Mr. Craig, accountable for where we are right now. And I have every intention as one board member to help in any way that I can, because right now we have not cut enough to close the gap, let alone build the budget. And for our emphasis now is that if that requires the board to step out of the normal lane that we would travel in, that's what's going to take. And we're going to know more what the superintendent's willing and the treasurer's willing to offer to us. We're going to know that on the 15th.
Thank you. And I think the board actually, we know from having the conversations with the treasurer, and it was necessary in terms of walking through the way that we walked through the budget. There has not been another superintendent, as I understand it. There has been a line by line review of the budget, the way that we've done it here. But it does make sense. And I think in the terms of where we were and trying to make sure that we explain that. So that makes perfect sense to me. What didn't make sense is for us to bring back the same recommendations again in terms of where we go next, when the overarching feedback collectively, even based on the document that we got, was to go back to administration. And so that's where go back to administration. We're not looking at anything else because none of the budget recommendations included anything that were in the CBAs. We said that from the very beginning. So I just wanted clarity around that space. We never presented it because it was a part of the CBA. We've never discussed it because it was a part of the CBAs. We've said that from the very beginning. And so where we are right now, as we shared last week, in terms of continuing to close that gap, we knew that the only place that we could do that from, which is the same thing that we did last year, the only place that we could do that from was from the district level. So when we bring that information back, that information will be available so that it's extracted. But I did want to have clarity around when the last time was that this had been done in this manner, that the board both makes the recommendation and decides to support or not support their recommendation, because that's what's included in this document. And I think anybody that has led an organization would have a question about that for the very same reasons that we have questions now. Thank you.
I would assume that that would be the case. And I don't think this is presented lightly. And I would suggest that if we saw cuts that we could, as a majority on the board, agree to. The reality now is that it is a matter of personnel. And some have been saying it's going to have to be a matter of personnel for quite some time because of the size. But we have to also understand the question is, what is the priority regarding the personnel cuts? And that's probably where we need to have additional discussion, apparently, although I think the board's been very clear about where we would prefer to not have things happen that take away necessarily those people that are directly involved with our students. I think you can see some of those line by line. But I think everybody's right to say this is a precedent-setting thing. I hope it isn't. Is it new or different? Yes, we have a new and different situation. And indeed, the treasurer and the superintendent will be the ones that we ultimately hold accountable for whether or not we are able to close the gap and build the budget and somehow get through this crisis. and get ready for FY 25. Anybody have any other comments, Ms. Mapp?
Yes, my only question would be, as we're talking about accountability, how in fact would we hold the superintendent or the treasurer accountable if we're putting forth a resolution that ultimately is saying that we will make the determination about where cuts will be made?
Well, if we put a list together and we suggest to the superintendent that this would be the list that she should be looking at, she would say yes or no, I guess. And then that's when you decide yes or no. And
why
if
would we
it's
need
not
a
going to be yes, or
resolution?
if it's not going to be yes to these, who will it be? We today just found out again, there's how many more millions? Okay, this is a problem and we are crunched with time. So you hold accountable by making this, and if the superintendent refuses to do it or wants to do it or says, hey, I got a better idea, then that's okay too. What's the better idea? Will we abide by that? Is it something we can understand? Does it fit within the concept of what the 25 budget needs to look like? So yeah, it's they talk about collaboration.
Correct. And so I guess my understanding of collaboration would be based off the superintendent's recommendations. And then we have discussion on those issues and we give feedback on how we could possibly move forward. But to put this in a resolution, to put it in the board's hands to make the decision, I think that is taking us out of our processes. And it's ultimately giving us the power and the decision instead of ensuring that we are working collectively.
No question about there's a difference of philosophy and an unwillingness to accept that the only active participant in these decisions who's allowed to initiate anything is either the superintendent or the treasurer. Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, President Bolton.
Sure.
I think what I wanted to share was if we rewind the clock to where we were a little over 2 years ago, when our superintendent started with us, we were just coming out of COVID. We'd shut down the schools again, not too many months before that with Omicron. The data for kids was really scary. And we had in CPS that year, fewer than 30% of children passing the end of year state tests. I'm just going to say that number again for a second, because there have been a lot of conversations tonight. That's fine. I can wait till later. That's okay. It's no problem. I think there's been a lot of conversations tonight about a lot of issues that do matter, and we have not talked about children very much in the last several hours. And so I'll say again that 2 years ago, fewer than 30% of kids in the CPS were passing the state's basic proficiency exams in math, in reading, and in science. And today, although we absolutely have a lot of work to do, I would say again that we have the second highest improving math scores in the country among the large urban school districts. We have a 95% plus on-time arrival with our buses, which is quite different from where we were 18 months ago. We have improving Algebra 1 scores. We have declining chronic absenteeism rates. And I mention this because I think it's important as we make these decisions about what our process is going to be to make those decisions in context. And the context is that although it is hard and it is not perfect, things have been getting better for children. And so I'll say that that leads me to want to hear from our administration what they think will keep that progress going. And the reason I'm mentioning this now is the administration has heard from the board that the board does not support an original set of recommendations and is hard at work trying to come up with another set of recommendations, which we agreed we were going to talk about not at this meeting, but at the next meeting. And my hope is that we can give them a chance to do the thing that we asked them to do and to continue our progress moving in a good direction. There are just some things that have been said tonight that feel unfair two of them I'll notice, or I'll note, which is that the catching a double counting issue in the budget. I'm so glad we caught that. Boy, I'm glad we caught that now and not 2 months from now. And in every budget process I've been a part of, there are things that people uncover as we get closer to the end. So this feels normal to me. And I recognize the hour, so I won't go on, but I'd like to give the administration a chance to do what we said they could do and try to chart a good path forward together. Thank you.
So we get ready to move on. Is there any other comments regarding the first reading of this resolution? All right, and we are anticipating on the 15th from the superintendent additional or other options.
On the 15th, we plan to bring, which is what we talked about at the last meeting. We gave where we were. We talked about the difference in the era and some of the other updates that we had made in terms of those 18 or so positions that we talked about, which are all inclusive in that same deficit that we found. And so on the 15th, I think is the date. That is the time that we are looking to not just have the extract from the budget, but to also be able to discuss where personnel falls into that in terms of personnel that could be impacted. We do believe that there is additional opportunity in the budget for reduction that is not just about personnel. And so we have been very thoughtful about that as well, because we have really worked hard to try not to remove too many personnel. We really have. But where we are right now is each of the departments has their information. They're diligently working through that. The treasurer and I with the team will begin to review that at the end of the week so that we are able to bring the information back on Wednesday.
Great, thank you. We will move on. And as we move on, let's see our next item. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Hearing, seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat, Mr. Morosky, Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. Do I have a motion to accept, I believe, the revised treasurer's report?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing, hearing, Ms. Mapp?
Yes, I did want to inquire about the revised section of the report that's presented by the general counsel. If you can give me information again about what this will, I guess this partnership, what the amount would be that we're proposing?
Somebody's getting their steps in.
After his run.
I wish I were.
The addition to. the-
I don't know, the Robert chair is mine.
Sorry, this is on the over the Rhine
Yes, it is.
Special Improvement District, right? So the approximate cost per year, it's based on the actual frontage of the School for Creative and Performing Arts. It's approximately $35,000 per year,
Okay,
and it would be for the next 4 years.
okay. And did we, I guess, have more information about what the timeline would be in terms of when we needed to verify whether we wanted to support this or not?
So we informed them that they had asked for a response by May 1. We'd informed them that the board wanted to consider it at this meeting so that we wouldn't have a response on their timeline. They just were grateful for the information. So I don't have any other information about how this will impact their approval process.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
So just for clarity, we are adding that as an additional expense as we are trying to balance our budget.
Yes.
Can I ask why? It seems unusual to me.
Because it was we thought the sentiment of the board moving forward.
Thank you.
Any other comments on the treasurer and the revised? And we are covering right now the questions, Mr. Borowski, about the over the Rhine issue.
Yeah.
Madam Vice President.
Yes, I just have one quick question for the treasurer. Can you just explain for the award of contracts for the nursing? Can you just kind of explain that, the breakdown a little bit, please? Just for, I guess, clarity and public awareness. Yes.
Well, what I know from that information is that the district issued an RFP. Several people responded, and the top 3 or 4, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but there'll be shared services or the nursing RFP. I don't know how much is going to each vendor. It doesn't say.
That was going to be my question. Yes. Can you possibly give some information on that in regards to the amount? I just see here that we've been awarded to 3 different suppliers to provide the nurses service, which is great. I'm just curious in terms of what is the split amount? I know there's a total amount.
Give me a moment. I can get the amount for you. The
No
greatest
problem.
amount is to the health department. That was the overall going back to our pre-COVID numbers for them, and the other 2 are broken between the other 2 vendors. But the greatest amount goes to the health department. But if you give me a moment, I can give you the amounts.
And then can you remind me on what would be the number of nurses that we would be getting with this particular bid?
So
Or this contract, excuse me.
So going back to the initial presentations from the nursing setup, the number of nurses itself was 30 nurses, which is where we were pre-COVID. And then they have additional staff that's still included in there as well. So there is a nursing supervisor, there are nursing leaders that are in there as well. But the number of actual nurses was 30.
And so does that include the 30 or it's a little bit more than that?
It's more with the other individuals, the actual nurses themselves, the RNs were 30.
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Moffett.
So I have a couple questions on the treasurer's report, just for clarity. On page 7, it was saying that transportation is $6 million for transportation? $6,394,000. UTS transportation. And then, I had another question about furniture for the schools. The original contract was $350,000 and we're giving them $923,000. I just kind of wanted to understand that.
And ask your first question again. I found the page.
I think it's page 7, UTS transportation. Was it $6,394,000?
The amendment's 30,000.
Okay, so it's really
The
Just to get-
the original contract that was approved on June 15th was $6.4 million. This is part of this 90-day appropriation thing, right?
okay.
So 6 million. So they've amended it a couple times, and then now the new total is 11 million. What I'm trying to get this report to do is to show the other amendments, because I know it just shows the last amendment. So we're
Okay.
trying to make that better for you.
Got you.
Did I answer your question?
That did about
Okay.
that one.
And then what's your second one?
Kruger International was, am I understanding it right? So the contract was 350,000 and it's being increased to 923,000? By 920, was I off on that? I just want to understand. It was Kruger. So it says current amended amount by fund,
That actually looks like an error, because the original contract was 350. Their amendment is 923, but then it's telling you the total cost is 350.
I was a little confused.
Yeah, so it looks like it might be a mistake.
Okay.
Mr. Burkhart, can you clarify that? Do you know? Off the top of your head?
So can we look at that one? And then I had one more question. I want to get to the then and nows, because we continue to have some issues with then and nows that are confusing me but concerning. But before I go to that, can you explain page 9, student services, Princeton City Schools for $40,000, 40,506 then and now for preschool? What is that?
So we have to pay for transportation for our residents. So if they're placed in another district,
Okay.
then we bill each other back and forth all the time.
Okay. And another clarification, I just want to understand, talent department expedited teacher prep program tuition, 22,000.
Is that on the then and nows?
That one is not, no.
Okay, what, I'm sorry, what?
It's
page?
on page 10, 22,000. Let's see. I just wanted to understand it. I was trying to get clarification on my then and nows. It's just this,
So these are just contracts that are under my authority, like, so under 50,000, but for board information, anything between 10 and 50, we report out just for board information.
okay.
And so the town, that was to NKU.
Mm-hmm.
For a, tuition for a professional development or training of some sort.
Okay, and then my last thing, which it says then and now is under section 4, Florida League of IB Schools, Fund 507. So it's, I guess that goes from Esser Elementary, but it's a total, it has multiple then and nows. And so I'm just kind of confused because as I sit in budget, then and nows are not good to have, yet we continue to have quite a few then and nows. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to kind of get that under control? This particular one is the Florida League of IB Schools, and it's $1,125 for Fund 507. But I just want to understand the then and now piece.
So, a then and now is created when the invoice date precedes the purchase order date.
Mm-hmm.
So we get an invoice in, the system checks for dates. A lot of times the membership fees look like then and nows when because they send you a bill for the whole year, but by the time it gets there, and the requisition gets started, technically it's still a then and now. So I have to sign a certificate that says the money was available then when the district got obligated to that bill without going through the proper procurement process. And it's there now when I'm paying the invoice. And so, I'm not really sure. It seemed like the whole group of the IB things that the memberships, it all came through at the same time.
So that's for memberships. It's like $15,000. FLIBS registration is for Florida League of IB Schools. That's for memberships.
Well, it's a registration of some kind, training.
So the IB organization has IB training in different places. So we have 2 schools that are IB schools apart, Roberts and Dater. And a part of the requirement for them to be IB is they have to attend. So many of their staff members have to have the training. So some of the training, they're all over the country. So there are some that are in Florida, there are some that are in Canada, they're in different places. And so they get them where they can get them because they're required to have that training to maintain their IB status.
Gotcha.
To first get their IB status, which they just got, and to maintain their IB status.
I think I got it. Okay. And then I do have one more question just for the treasurer. Are title funds being used for, I know we had the APs of culture and community, but are they also being used for the graduation counselor and the ELL community coordinator and the attendance social worker? Are we using title funds for those?
The current year, the ELO coordinator, the high school counselor for graduation, and the school social worker for attendance are all under Title I. The APs of culture are under ESSER, but they're being moved to Title I for next year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the treasurer's report?
Okay, so I'm looking up the amendment that looked funny.
The amendment that looked funny?
Well, the one where the total looked odd, sorry. To provide cafeteria furniture. Yes.
He's got it.
Come on down, Mr. Burkhart.
It just said to provide furniture for other schools in need. And I was like, what does that mean?
Cafeteria tables.
So Kruger has 2 different amendments on this. One is for $234, $234,222.37. That's for the furniture at Pleasant Ridge on the new addition that we're putting in, that we have to have furniture in for the students when they return in August. The other is for $923,000. That's for student dining to put cafeteria tables to replace out the broken tables in a lot of our high school cafeterias. So two different two different amounts, two different purposes. Good.
Does there have to be another change? Gotcha. Sounds good. Other questions?
Do-
For the, yes, go ahead.
President Bolton, so a response to Vice President Weinberg's question. So a part of the procurement process is all of the numbers to start with that we've approved for the contracts go together. And then we work with the individual organizations to determine the exact amount for them. So for example, there's been follow-up with CHD. They're looking at whether or not they're going to fund the lead nurses themselves in terms of versus us funding them. So that would be a part of that delineation. So there are three organizations. The one that has the most in terms of this contract is the health department.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lindy.
Just very quick, sorry. Jen, I was just noticing there are some contracts in here that are under $200,000. There was a statement made by, I think, the head of CFT about how we don't have to approve things that are under $200,000. I was just confused and wanted to make sure I understood what the rules were and how we do it.
So I have authority by board policy or resolution that I can create a contract, enter into a contract for the district that's up to $50,000. 50,000. So anything above 50,000 and above, the board has to approve.
So if it's a contract for $199,000, the board has to approve it.
Yes.
If it's $100,000, the board has to approve it. If it's
If it's
$51,000.
$55,000, the board has to.
Got it.
And if the contract starts off as 40,000 and then it gets amended 20,000 more, it still goes to the board for approval because the total moves above the $50,000.
I think I'm just confused then. Do we know why she would have suggested that it's otherwise? Okay, thank you.
All right, are there other questions? If not, let's do roll call for the treasurer's report.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Can I vote no on 9 and yes on everything else? 9 is the voting for the tax that we don't have to pay. Thank you.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes, with the exception of 9.
Dr. Moffett,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. Thank you all. We have, let's see, the proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Treasurer Wagner, as we proceed, would you please maintain a list of the exceptions as well as the exception makers? Do board members or superintendent or treasurer have any exception items to exclude from the consent agenda? Mr. Craig.
So this really is an exception because there's nothing there, which
Right.
is, there's a resolution
Subsidy.
approving students eligible for subsidy. However, there are no students listed yet, so there is no resolution there. So therefore, it could be something that's pulled from it for this one.
We have the exception, we have the exception maker, and we even have the exception reason. Well done, Mr. Craig. So thank you. Are there any other exceptions regarding the consent agenda? All right, Superintendent, Treasurer, you ready to go? Exceptions for purpose, we did. I need a motion and a second to approve the items of the consent agenda.
So
Do I
moved.
have a motion?
So
Motion?
moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Dr. Moffett. Second, was that Mr.? You're on it. Mr. Chairman. All right, thank you very much. We'll move on. Well, we gotta vote.
You've been wanting to.
I know, I have an aversion. That's being a Democrat in Hamilton County. I have an aversion to voting.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Abstain.
Dr. Moffett,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. We have next let's see. Inquiries of and updates from the administration. Do board members, are there any inquiries or any updates that are required at this time? Mr. Craig?
Do a slight update on myself. Actually, I was called out by someone to the fact that I didn't actually thank also the social workers and counselors in the schools for all their hard work in getting our students towards graduation. So
I'll tell you.
I'm gonna call myself out and update myself on that. I should have done that.
Good thinking, thinking. Good thinking. Okay, we don't have any other updates to that. Then we go to, oh, you do? Yes. Get it.
So I kind of have an update. I'm actually going to present some of my notes from my call that I had to do as part of the liaison for the Ohio High School Athletic Association. So I will get back with you all on an update, just of some concerns or just some new updates regarding that particular liaison portion. So next week or whenever we have our next meeting.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good, okay. Board matters. This is one that I brought forward. Again, wherever I seem to go that is even within a throwing distance of Madisonville. That's part of my community engagement, whether I'm having a taco or I'm going to the movies or something, or walking in that great path by Bramble. I would like us to consider thinking in terms of Bramble School, maintaining the name of Bramble School, and wanted to see if the administration would be adverse to, or is there a need to have additional survey or input. I mean, it seems pretty, and again, that is totally anecdotal, which we try not to do. But I know that that was the first bit of information, Superintendent. So I'd just like us to consider it, and especially Mr. Morosky and policy, as we get to assignment. Seems to be seems to be the most popular.
I would concur. As we started our work, really looking to move forward with where we were going with Bramble last year in August. I think there was a lot of excitement from the community that was very engaged in those conversations as well about maintaining the name
You
or
have a
bringing
gift for understatement.
of bringing back the name that the school once was. And so just as a representative for the administration, we would support that if it's the will of the board.
Great, thank you. Then if we can, Mr. Morosky, I might make that an assignment to policy if the board is interested in doing that. Board members, does anybody have any assignments for the administration? All right, hearing none, the chair will finally entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Third. By unanimous consent.